Good morning. The hearing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. Today is Thursday, October 24th, 2019. The time is almost 9:30 a.m. and we are meeting in the hearing board room in Diamond Bar. Incredibly, we have only two matters on our calendar for today. The first is South Coast AQMD versus Climate Industries, Inc., doing business as Howard Industries, case number 6153-2 for order for abatement. Okay, okay, well, we'll fix that. It is 6153-2. Okay, so we'll fix that as the time comes. Who is representing the executive officer this morning?
Oh, I'm so sorry. We're figuring out the case number thing.
Sorry.
So sorry. Mary Reichert on behalf of the executive officer.
Thank you. And who is representing Climate Industries?
Matt Williamson of Manat, Phelps, and Phillips.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask at this time anyone who wishes to testify today to be heard, including members of the public who might want to be heard. We have two speaker cards on this matter. Please rise to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. We have received this morning, and I know Ms. Verdugo-Peralta did not have an opportunity to review it yet, but I hope that the parties will go over it. The stipulated proposed order for abatement, the proposed findings and decision. We're going to mark that as Exhibit 1 for the district, and if we need to, we'll take an opportunity for everyone to review it. But at this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Reichert for your opening.
Good morning. So this board is well familiar with Rule 1111 at this point, and actually most of the facts relating to respondents' situation as we were here before you on an interim variance request. And as Respondents' Council will agree, we were hoping to incorporate the testimony from that hearing into evidence for this hearing as well, to hopefully try to expedite some of the proceedings. The district has been working with respondent for a very long time, trying to figure out a way to get respondent into compliance with Rule 1111 while reducing the risk of them going out of business. So through a great deal of negotiation and information collecting to try to craft a precise and limited order to bridge the gap until respondent can have access to ultra-low NOx compliant furnaces to sell within the district. This order, we think, will provide that limited bridge just to keep the company in business and allow them to sell a limited number of non-compliant furnaces in the South Coast AQMD district until they can either enter into an agreement with a manufacturer that currently has ultra-low NOx furnaces available and receive those furnaces to be able to sell them, or the manufacturer that they had worked with for their whole existence, Ingersoll Rand, when they have compliant product available. As you'll see, the term of the order for abatement is relatively limited. We have it ending on February 29th. We do have a status hearing set for December, we suggested December 17th, subject to scheduling of the board. We'd like to do a status hearing that week before the holidays to understand where they're at and see if perhaps we can even end the order early if they already have successfully ordered and received some compliant units. So with that, you'll hear additional testimony about their efforts to obtain compliant furnaces. And we've tried to craft this, as I mentioned, as limited as possible to just bridge this gap until they can have those furnaces to sell. So with that, we hope the board will find good cause to issue this stipulated order for abatement. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I turn to Mr. Williamson, you mentioned, Ms. Reichart, incorporating the testimony and evidence from the interim variance hearing, which is fine. Well, I would ask if there's any objection first from Mr. Williamson. Okay, which is fine. However, the board, at least this member of the board, did not review that hearing or the evidence because seeing it unrelated in a new matter. So to the extent that the board is going to need to re-ask questions and reintroduce evidence, we'll have to do that.
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Williamson, oh, yes, Senator. There is no previous hearing to this hearing. However, Ms. Reichart in her opening referred to the hearing for interim variance for Howard Industries and wanted to incorporate the evidence and testimony from that hearing. So I was simply saying that since it's not technically related to this hearing, I didn't review the papers or evidence or go back over the hearing. Okay. Mr. Williamson, your opening.
Thank you. And just following up on that point, we intend on covering all of the same, because it's been a month. You guys have had a lot since then, but we'll just cover it at a little bit higher level, and you guys obviously can ask questions just in order to try to expedite this a bit. So picking up from where Ms. Reichart left off, again, this is Howard Industries is here today asking for an order for abatement in order to continue in operation as a business. Today, the company is effectively shut down. It does not have a source of Rule 1111 compliant furnaces. There is limited sales in San Diego at a small warehouse in Escondido, and some limited sales outside of the district. So again, Howard Industry comes to the board today asking for this short order for abatement in order to restart its business, in order to allow it time to complete either an agreement with a current OEM who has ultra-low NOx furnaces that they're willing to sell to Howard Industries, or until it can obtain those compliant furnaces from its current manufacturer, Ingersoll Rand, who you guys heard from earlier in the week. I think, we were going to introduce a lot of testimony, and a lot of testimony was introduced at the previous hearing about the efforts that Howard Industries has gone through, the work with the district, the discussions with the various OEMs, the work with its own manufacturer, Ingersoll Rand, in order to obtain compliant units by October 1st of this year. I will save that for the testimony of my witness. But unfortunately, those efforts have not been fruitful. As I said, Howard Industries is currently effectively out of business, pending some relief in order to allow it to continue operating. And so that's why we're here today. I will cut my opening short because I think the president of the company says it much better than myself. So I think after you hear the testimony today, there's clearly good cause for the order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Ms. Reichart, if you want to introduce your witness, Mr. Wayne.
And if the board will indulge us, we, respondent's attorney and myself discussed, and we thought that I'd actually like to have them go first because the respondent would be better able to discuss the status of where they're at and how they got there, rather than having my witness speak from his hearsay knowledge, and then I can introduce my witness to fill in any gaps and provide the district's perspective. So if the board would so indulge, we'd like to let the respondent go first.
That's fine, but I do have a lot of questions for the district.
Absolutely, and if you prefer we start, we just thought in order to get the factual basis of the status and where they've come from and what they're doing, we thought it'd be easier for them to go first.
Okay, however you want to present it is fine. Mr. Williamson, if you'd like to begin.
I mean, I throw it back to you. If you have questions that you think would be better answered by the district and you want to get those out of the way before you hear from respondent.
We're going to hear
no
either
preference?
way from both
Okay.
sides, so I think that's fine.
My first witness will be Jeff Winter. Jeff, can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, Jeffrey Winter, Winter, Vice President at Howard Industries.
And briefly, we did cover this last time with the board, but briefly, can you just describe Howard Industries, what the company does to the board?
We sell heating and air conditioning supplies and equipment. It's a family-owned business. We're into our third generation. We started in approximately 1960. My parents started the business, and we have approximately 75 employees at this time.
And the board has heard a number of hearings over the past week from various OEMs. Are you an OEM?
No, we're not a manufacturer, we're a distributor, so we're one step after the manufacturer.
And who is your manufacturer that you distribute for?
We distribute at this time for American Standard, which is a division of Ingersoll Rand.
And solely American Standard?
Solely American Standard at this time.
Okay. Now let's go back, and both Ms. Reichert and myself were discussing in our openings the efforts that Howard Industries has made in the lead up to this change in Rule 1111's NOx emissions standard that became effective October 1st. So let's go back to discuss Howard Industries' efforts to be in compliance with this rule change, starting with your early discussions with the board. Can you walk the hearing board through those discussions?
We contacted the board initially when we heard about the introduction of the mitigation fee. We weren't really notified about it before that time. It was no fault of the district, but at the same time, our manufacturer didn't advise us as well. So we were somewhat surprised by it. I contacted the district directly, and they were very helpful and explained that it was a continuation of the previous rule approximately 30 years ago, I believe.
What was the time frame of that communication with the district?
I would say it was just before, I can't give you an exact time, but it was just before the introduction of the first phase of the mitigation fee.
You don't have an approximate date? Was it?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Let's go to, as you started to get closer to the implementation of this rule change, October 1st, 2019, did you have meetings with the district? What was your first step as you started to work towards remaining in compliance with Rule 1111? Describe to the board what your steps were.
Well, our first step was we contacted Ingersoll Rand directly.
And when was that?
That was at the same time as I was informed about the rule and where it had come from and what the district had done as far as their research in bringing forth a 14 nanogram per joule product. So once they explained it to me where they were coming from, then I contacted Ingersoll Rand to find out where they were going with it and what their plans were for it. At that time, it was a different product manager. They were already discussing it. They didn't really fill me in on their exact details, but I felt very confident that they would have a product in time for the deadline.
And what was Ingersoll Rand's, time frame for having commercially available ultra low NOx units during those early discussions?
So I was jockeying back between the Air Quality Management District and Ingersoll Rand, trying to close the gap and make sure that I would have product from them in time. Actually, in time to me meant a month or so earlier, because I would need to have product in the warehouse by October 1st, not just start to get shipments by October 1st. As well, I had to get rid of inventory. So because the mitigation period, I guess we were informed probably 6 months before October 1st, and actually that might have been January of 2019, that the mitigation time, or actually October of 2018, I'm sorry, that the mitigation time was the end of all sales. which was a little bit different than Northern California. So there was some disparity there. And I guess there was a lot of hope that the district would follow Northern California. I didn't hang my hat on it per se, but I really wanted to have ultra low NOx product in place by that time. That was really my goal all along.
So is it fair to say that in your early discussions with Ingersoll Rand, and it sounds like this was late 2018, what you were hearing from Ingersoll Rand is that they were going to have ultra low NOx product available for you in order to meet the Rule 1111 rule change on October 1st?
Correct. So I had various production plans that were sent to me, model availabilities and their dates. And my first series of plans I received from Ingersoll Rand was something along the lines of some portion of it was going to be ready May 2019, another portion of it August of 2019, and then the last piece December of 2019. But for the most part, I'd have viable product already starting in May of 2019. So that was very heartening, and that's what we were looking forward to. I was watching it carefully. Obviously, it's not my business, so I can't instruct. I can only carry on and holler, which I did the best that I could.
And do you have any direct involvement in the development of this ultra low NOx technology with Ingersoll Rand?
No, I'm just a customer.
Okay.
A good one.
And so then, moving on to early 2019, did that Ingersoll Rand timeline for delivery of commercially available ultra low NOx furnaces change?
It did. So then, starting in, I've got some of that down here. So starting in October of 2018, it started to slip a bit. The last phase slipped from December to January. And then and that was just the 80% product. So the last part slipped by a month, but the first portion, the May and the October, still looked like it was going to be on schedule. At least that's the way it was sent to me. Yes.
And so, were you concerned, though, as the schedule was slipping with Ingersoll Rand, that you were going to be in a bind come October 1st with the Rule 1111 change?
I saw dates slipping, and I became uncomfortable. I wanted model numbers, I wanted prices. There's lots of things that I wanted to see to know that I was in a very, very comfortable place, and I wasn't seeing that. I visited the district various times, and they were helpful and always met, which was very, very fine, and very, very, very nice of them, to be honest with you, because they didn't actually have, they have a day's worth of work to do, so it's very nice of them to actually spend time with us. I came with my son, I came with Howard Berman, various board members also met with us, so it was very, very nice, and we explained to them our problem, and they were very concerned that we have a product to sell in the market, but of course it was up to Ingersoll Rand to provide us with what we needed. We had only one line of product, and the district encouraged us to look outside of our brand, and obviously as the date started to close in on us, we took that much more seriously. It's difficult when you're on the run to get your competitor to help you. This is a very competitive business. We sell against each other every day, and I wouldn't say it's bloodthirsty, but I would say it's definitely aggressive, and we pick up our dealers from each other, and there's a lot of movement contractor to contractor. They're not necessarily anchored to any particular brand if they can't get what they need. So we knew we'd be at serious risk, and we started looking outside of our brand as the date started to close in on us. And actually the district gave us a suggestion, which we, at that time, which we had already followed up on, I want to say in February of 2019. We started talking to ADP, which is a division of Lennox Industries. We started talking to them about some product development stuff, broadening the line and selling ultra low NOx furnaces under that brand name.
So how did those early 2019 discussions with Lennox go? What were you seeking again?
So we were seeking to sell furnaces right along with their coils, because we already sell their coils. We had an established relationship with them. And they had a fine line at that time. It seemed like they had a fine line of product to sell. It wasn't necessarily
When you say product, are you saying ultra low NOx product?
ultra low NOx furnaces, right? it seemed like they had a fine product that would be available to the market. Not necessarily tested per se, market tested, but it looked like it'd be available on time, and that was the key.
And how did, what was the result of those early discussions with Lennox?
It started off with a nice bounce, and then a few weeks later, it came back as we don't want to pursue that path with you, and that would have been March. So I started in February, and it ended in March of 2019.
Okay, so you had, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yes, 2019.
So you had early discussions with Lennox, you had, your timeline was slipping with Ingersoll Rand, you met with the district. Describe, after meeting with the district in the middle of 2019, you had testified that the district had encouraged you to reach out to additional OEMs to discuss obtaining ultra-low NOx furnaces for your inventory. Describe those next steps from Howard Industries.
So the district, again, at a meeting that we spoke about, where the district discussed with us different options.
And when was that meeting?
That would have been, I believe, the August timeline,
August 2019?
August of 2019.
Okay.
Yes, August of 2019. We were discussing with the district some options and such, and then they mentioned to us, they brought up Lennox again, and I told them that we actually had, the district didn't know it, but we'd actually started talking in February, but that it had fallen apart in March. And they said that's surprising because Lennox had actually said to the district that they were looking for business. So I encouraged the district to reach back to Lennox, which they did as a favor. It's not something that they do, to let them know that indeed there was someone looking for them. Before I had, no, I apologize. That was the June timeline, June of 2019 timeline. I'm sorry, because we met one last time with the district, August. That was before the October beginning of the rule. We met with them in August. I had received an email from ADP that morning, and I showed it to the district where they said that they wanted to continue and they were looking forward to selling us product. So that was August of 2019. So I felt very confident that I had an ultra-low NOx product with them. And I provided a copy of that email to the district, or at least showed it to them, and that felt very, very good, and we felt like we were in a good place.
So just cleaning that up, because there was a lot there. In that August time period, based on your discussions with Lennox, you were confident, based on those discussions, that you had a path forward with Lennox, and that was going to be your source of ultra-low NOx units to remain in compliance with Rule 1111. We
felt comforted by it, but then we had a subsequent conference call with ADP/Allied, and then we felt very, very comfortable. We went right up to pricing, and then we started talking about availability.
I'm sorry, just for clarity, because we talked about August, and then it was corrected to June when you had the discussions with the district. So are we now in August, or can you just clarify that?
Yeah, I apologize for that. So in June of 2019, I met with the district, and that's when they suggested we reach out to Lennox. And that's when I informed the district that I had actually beat them to the punch and reached out to Lennox actually in February. The district was surprised that Lennox had gone silent. That's the way to best describe it. Had gone silent in February because Lennox told the district that they were looking for business, or that they would be providing ultra-low NOx to whomever wished it. They would make themselves available because they had, at that time, expressed themselves as having a full line.
And the encouraging communication with Lennox, that was in August?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
that's what I was confused about.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's just talk through your discussions with Lennox. Following this initial August contact, walk through the negotiations and discussions you've had with Lennox.
Well, it actually was really a great conversations. I believe that there were two, but certainly one very, very wonderful one. It was moving right along down the path we had, because we were already an existing ADP customer. So we were already discussing paint colors. They sent us pricing. They sent us specification sheets. And then we got into the discussion about quantity needed.
And what was the quantity that you were asking for?
I asked for an initial buy of 5,000 units and then a monthly buys of 1,000.
And was this in August still of 2019?
Correct,
Okay.
August of 2019.
And how did Lennox respond to that?
They said they need to talk to their master scheduler about that. And then they'd get back to me right away.
And what was their eventual response?
They said we can only sell you 1,000 furnaces for the season, so that would be 1,000 divided by, I'm guessing 5 months would be the season, so about 200 units a month.
And how did you respond to that offer?
Initially, I said, my gosh, that's not even close to what I need. But then I thought about it a bit more, and I said, you know what, I'll take the 1,000 now.
And so you placed an order for the 1,000 units with Lennox?
No, actually, I waited for a response back. I said, okay, I'll take the 1,000 now. Can you do that? And then they went silent, and they're still silent.
And we had testimony at the last hearing board hearing from a Lennox representative that said that Lennox was continuing to make a business decision on the offer from Howard to purchase 1,000 units. Have you heard from Lennox that they're willing to accept that offer to date?
No, I have not.
Okay. Do you continue to follow up with Lennox on a regular basis?
I do. I check back in. I send emails, which I copy counsel on, and as well, I place telephone calls. Counsel for the district suggested that I reach out on every 15 minutes, but we're not going to do that. But we're going to do it as much as possible, continuously, and so I've done that. I followed her advice. I think it's good, sound advice, and I've reached out to them pretty ceaselessly.
Despite Lennox's, the long time that Lennox has been evaluating this offer, has there been any movement recently on the Lennox front?
For me, it's been a holdback. Was counsel contacted?
I can't testify today, but you can.
I understand that my counsel was contacted by Lennox in the last couple of days, and they said that they would provide him with a non-disclosure agreement, but so far they haven't sent anything. And
are you just waiting for the NDA to be sent over, and then you hope to be able to sign that NDA and continue discussions with Lennox?
I would do that.
Okay. So backing up, while these Lennox discussions were ongoing, or you were waiting to hear from Lennox, did you reach out to other OEMs?
I did. I reached out to, Sean Wang in the district was kind enough to provide me with a list of numbers and names because I really didn't have any, I don't have a relationship with other manufacturers, never needed to. And he gave me names and numbers of folks to call, which I did. I called Goodman Manufacturing, I called Carrier, I called JCI, Johnson Controls, and I called Ream Rude, and reached out to all of those folks. I got a call back from Ream Rude. I told them what I was looking for, which is furnace product, and I haven't heard back from them in any shape or form yet. Goodman sent me an NDA, and I reported that to the district last time I was here for our variance hearing, and we didn't sign their NDA. We asked for some changes to the NDA, one of which was the NDA excluded us from speaking to the district without permission. So that couldn't work because I'm working with the district, so that wouldn't be a good idea. So we asked them to change their NDA to allow us to speak to the district, and a couple of other minor changes, and they're still working with their counsel to make those modifications to the NDA. It's been about a week.
And what about Carrier?
I reached out to Carrier. They reached back right away. They are actually very responsive. As a matter of fact, there's a gentleman here today from Carrier. Initially, they wanted us to sub-distribute. That wasn't a viable option because we're a distributor, not a sub-distributor, firstly. And secondly, we wouldn't have direct contact and access, so technical support wouldn't be able to be performed very well, as well warranty parts. And then reporting our customers to the distributor is probably not a great idea. If you want to keep your customers, you don't report them to your competitor. In the last couple of days, over the weekend, for the most part, they were very, very forthcoming and will allow us to be a distributor instead of a sub-distributor. We're talking to them. I think we pretty much got pricing issues worked out. Production is still something along the lines of, if everything would work out, 6 to 7 weeks out, something along those lines. So, you know, even if everything worked out and all the sun, stars, and moon were all aligned, it would still be a good couple of months before we had product on the floor. So that's the carrier background.
And so it sounds to me you have ongoing, varying degrees of success discussions going on with Lennox, Carrier, and Goodman at this point. And, you know, is your intention, if this order for abatement is granted by the board, to, you know, diligently and pursuant to the terms and the conditions of the order for abatement, to continue pursuing all of those options? Ultimate goal is that Howard Industries wants to obtain ultra-low NOx furnaces as quickly as possible.
Ceaselessly. We're going to continue ceaselessly.
Let's cover one other thing. There are, you know, rough estimate, how many distributors are there within the district's jurisdiction, would you estimate?
It's probably a dozen.
Okay, but as far as I know, none of the other distributors are here seeking an order for abatement before the district, correct?
Correct.
So what makes Howard different from those other distributors? Why are you here?
So our branch locations, we have a very small presence in Escondido, but for the most part, not for the most part, all of our branches are located in the SC AQMD territory. So we don't really have an outlet, so to speak, and we can't spread ourselves into other territories as well. Certainly not in the very short run. And it is a very competitive environment. So in the very short run, because we were crunched the way we were between Ingersoll Rand not having product in time and other manufacturers maybe not necessarily taking us very seriously and feeling that they need to send us any product or sell us any product, we found ourselves without for a period of time. And so we came to the board and asked them for a bit of an extension to give us somewhat of a reprieve on the rule, and that way we would be able to acquire product in as timely fashion as possible, short timeline, but still be able to continue in business. And we've been without now for about 3 weeks, and it's been exceedingly painful.
So I want to back up. You said you're without an outlet, and that was kind of your distinguishing factor. I want to dig down and make sure the board understands. When you say you're without an outlet, what do you mean? Well,
other distributors have branches. Many of them are throughout the United States. They have branch locations across the entire country. So if there were a couple of branches that were without, I don't know how badly they would feel the loss. But our operation is in the South Coast District. So if we don't have product, we're out of operation.
And so in addition to remaining in business through these out-of-district locations, those same distributors also had a location to ship non-compliant furnaces from within the district, outside the district, to continue selling them, correct?
Well, that's secondary.
Yeah.
But that's not the primary issue.
Okay. And so you were touching on it, I interrupted you a bit, but let's talk, or I want you to present to the board, you know, what has business been like for Howard Industries since October 1st?
So we came for the variance and we were not successful. That was like a few days before October 1st. October 1st and 2nd were very painful days. That's when and I understand it completely, our customers have to feed their families. And that's pretty much when business slipped away and they moved on. They moved on to other brands. and the phone stopped ringing and so on and so forth. It was not a good time. It was a very, very bad time, something that I certainly wouldn't want to ever have to go through again.
What percentage, just rough estimate, like what percentage of typical sales have been occurring since October 1st?
It's just window dressing, very, very little, small invoices, before you would sell thousands, now you'd sell a couple hundred, so it's just fractions of whatever we did before. It's very, very, I'm not looking at that carefully. I don't want to look at it that carefully. Certainly not right now. The month isn't over yet, but it's going to be bad.
Question, I can stop here if you want to ask questions on this, but I was also going to have him walk through the conditions and the order. I don't know if I want to combine both, we might then be.
Board members, I had maybe a couple questions on why don't we do that? Why don't
Walk
you
through the
just walk
conditions
through it,
first?
and then we can ask all the questions.
That's fine.
That would be better.
Now I am going to ask you, can I borrow? Because he needs one. Thank you. Here. So Jeff, have you reviewed the stipulated order for abatement?
I have.
Okay, and have you reviewed all the orders and conditions and is Howard Industries prepared to comply with all of the orders and conditions?
We are.
Okay, so let's walk through just high level, and we'll open it up for the hearing board if they have specific questions. But the first condition.
Giving away attorney work product.
I didn't get that one.
Waived. We're back. So let's walk through just high level, Jeff. We don't need to get into a ton of detail here because we want to keep this moving along. But talk about what the first condition is requiring Howard Industries to do what?
Respondent shall continue to monitor the
You don't
available.
need to read the whole thing.
One
How about
A.
I'll go more leading than that, Jeff. Are you prepared to comply with all of the conditions listed out in condition number 1 related to continued follow-up with various OEMs, and then in condition 2 to report the status of those efforts to the district?
Yes, I am.
And I mean, really, that is Howard's goal for this order for abatement period, is to continue to aggressively pursue those options in order to find a source of ultra-low NOx furnaces, correct?
Yes. Please don't take it personally, but we really don't like coming.
And then we'll look at conditions 3. Howard Industries, in order to reduce its inventory and reduce the number of units that are non-compliant units that are sold into the district during this short abatement order period, is prepared to take various steps to reduce its inventory, correct?
That's correct.
You're going to agree to significantly reduce your inventory down to about 2,000 furnaces or lower, correct?
Correct.
And then you will reduce your sales to 565 units per month, correct?
That's what I'm told to do.
And that's below Howard Industries, annual sales typically, correct?
They have me down very tight, yes.
Okay. You've also hired a additional sales rep in San Diego in order to
have.
encourage the sale of units outside the district?
Yes.
And you'll continue employing that person?
Indeed.
And then Howard Industries is prepared within 24 hours, and this is in order to ensure that you expeditiously both obtain compliant units, and once those units arrive, to immediately cease the sale of non-compliant units. You will quickly place an order within 24 hours of those units becoming available to you.
Correct.
And then you will, once those ultra-low NOx furnaces come into your inventory, you're prepared to immediately cease selling non-compliant units that are comparable.
Correct.
Okay, we flew through that one. I have no further questions.
Ms. Reichart.
Can I have a brief moment off the record to confer with
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Winter, I wanted to just briefly go over some of your communications with the other manufacturers. You had mentioned that you had asked Lennox for 5,000 units initially, and then 1,000 units per month. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those numbers based on?
I'm filling a pipeline.
I'm sorry?
We're filling a pipeline. We have 6 locations, and there's lots of models. I think they have 4, 8, 12, let's see, there's 4, 8, 12 models of 80% and about as many models as 90. There's 24 models. If you take 24 and divide it by that, it's not a lot per. Considering that we'd be starting from 0 because we'd have no low NOx in stock and we'd have to fill it all with ultra low NOx. So it didn't seem unreasonable.
So the 5,000 initial units and then 1,000 units starting the very next month and every month thereafter?
Right.
Is that consistent with your typical purchasing from Ingersoll Rand?
Well, we thought there'd be some opportunity. We thought that there would be, not all the manufacturers, if you looked at the AQMD website, if I looked at the AQMD website, there weren't a lot of options out there. So I thought that that was an opportunity to sell product, and it'd be good for Lennox and good for ourselves.
So this was an expectation of increasing your sales based on these estimates?
Of ultra low NOx, sure.
But of overall you would be increasing your overall sales now that you were selling ultra-low NOx furnaces?
We'd be participating in the ultra low NOx business.
Because based on this, you're looking at 17,000 units over a year?
Well, understand, we carry typically 150 days worth of inventory, right? So at 150 days of inventory, 5,000 units, that's not a lot. And we're just filling a pipeline. So if we couldn't keep up and we were starting to fall behind, we just wouldn't order the additional 1,000 a month. Okay. So, but we needed to fill a pipeline and we needed to bring in 150 days worth of inventory. I think that was a fair and reasonable number, to be honest with you. They came back at 1,000. Beggars can't be choosers. So, to be honest with you, we were hoping that we would take the 1,000 and maybe they'd see we were a really good customer and maybe try to make some changes to their production. So we had good intentions.
Can you describe the timing of your contacts with Lennox over the last several weeks?
My last contact was actually this morning
How did you contact them?
through ADP.
Phone call, email?
Phone call, I had a phone call. So I actually, I believe it was last week, I emailed again. I sent email all around again. I think it was Thursday or Friday, I don't remember, to all of the folks, again, the manufacturers that I was dealing with, again, to see if I could get some traction. I'm looking for traction because I really don't enjoy coming. And I want to satisfy the district that I'm trying, because I am trying. And I got a response back from ADP that they would take a look at it. I let them know that I'm a good customer. They knew that, and that they should respond to us and not ignore us. That was Lennox, since you brought that up. Carrier responded. They're here to our request. Goodman said they're still working on the NDA. Johnson's been kind of non-responsive in Lennox and Ream as well, and now I understand there's another brand to look at, so I'll look at that as well, but yes.
Okay, so your contact with the ADP rep today was to follow up on where the status of the NDA?
Well, I'm not understanding what the NDA is. I know what an NDA is, but we were already holding by a purchase order, so I don't know what that conversation about an NDA is all about. They were ready to take a purchase order from me. There's no reason to have an NDA if you're ready to take an order. So really it was just a backing down, and really I felt like maybe we could get them to just re-engage and continue on with taking an order. They were holding it, taking an order. When I signed on with American Standard back in the day, there were no NDA. NDA is just a delay or a restriction of doing, of having conversation. That's the way I see it.
But it seems, based on your conversations with the manufacturers, asking for an NDA or some sort of confidentiality agreement does it seem to be a standard request?
I don't think so.
So Lennox has asked for an NDA, correct?
They spoke to our counsel and said that they would be, the first time the word NDA ever came up for Lennox was when he came at our variance hearing and described a process that didn't exist. And so we were talking NDA about Goodman, so he latched onto that, I think, I'm speculating, and started talking about an NDA. But we were already talking to Allied about ordering. So we were already talking about production. We had already exchanged prices. I mean, we were way beyond what an NDA would ever cover. And then Senator Holden started talking to the Lennox fellow, and then he kicked into the delay about the NDA, and then Senator Holden asked him straight up the yes, no. Are you going to sell him, yes or no? And the answer was,
Okay, I just want to focus on this, I'm sorry. So Goodman asked for an NDA, right? Correct?
when
No, did they ask you to sign an NDA before they would continue conversations? Goodman.
Oh, Goodman, yes,
Okay,
sorry.
and then Carrier, when they sent you information, also said, please keep this information confidential, correct?
Pricing, yes.
Right, and the distribution agreement?
Yes,
Okay, so Lennox asking for an NDA is not inconsistent with the actions of the other two manufacturers with which you have been having conversations.
no, it is inconsistent,
How is it inconsistent?
because I already got pricing from them, and they were ready to take an order, so, and they didn't ask for a distribution agreement because we were getting it through ADP, so it was very inconsistent.
But, no, it's inconsistent, I'm saying that the fact that they asked for an NDA.
After the fact, they asked for an NDA.
But it's still consistent with what the other two manufacturers did.
Now that they're rounding about and coming back again to talking about an NDA, but we were already holding it in other words, the order of it was wrong.
Okay. In any event, at the last hearing, there was an email that was presented before the board, I think you'll recall, regarding providing support for your statement that they said they could only provide 1,000 units. Do you recall that email? Okay. That email also discussed the pricing. Do you recall that as well?
Yes.
Okay. And the email said that they didn't think they had room to move on the compliant unit ultra-low NOx furnace pricing?
Correct.
The email also mentioned that they would have room to negotiate somewhat on the non-compliant furnace pricing.
Yes, but that wasn't relevant.
And it also stated that they had, that you could have an additional quantity of non-compliant unit pricing.
I don't need non-compliant.
Do you know why they included that?
No.
Have you been in conversations at all with them regarding purchasing non-compliant units?
Not at all.
So not at all, you haven't had any discussions?
I don't need non-compliant.
Did you respond and say, I don't know why you're talking about non-compliant units, we don't need those?
I just figured it was a red herring, and I moved past it. I didn't even pay attention to that. It was cute. I laughed when I read it, because I don't need low NOx, I need ultra-low NOx, so.
Okay. So you hadn't discussed with them at all about possibly expanding your sales, your area that you could sell to include, so potentially you'd want non-compliant units for outside the district?
No.
Okay.
I don't have, I have.
You have
all
no
the-
idea why they included that in there?
Yeah, I have no idea. I think it was just to be nice.
To sell you non-compliant units that you can't sell?
I think
Or
they
offer
had-
you
I-
non-compliant
I'm
units?
speculating, but I think that they have production capacity for low NOx, but not for ultra-low NOx, and they maxed out on capacity. And that's what they told us. They said they don't have the capacity, that's what the email said, or if it didn't say, they said it to me verbally, they don't have the capacity to provide any additional product. So I took them by their word. They said they could give me 1,000, so I was kind of hoping they would give me the 1,000 at the beginning instead of 200 a month, because that isn't going to work. But since then, they've gone silent, so even the 1,000 wasn't on the table.
So when was the last time they communicated with you?
I spoke to them this morning.
No, you spoke to ADP, but ADP has to then go back and talk to Lennox, right? So when's the last time you got a communication back from them regarding anything having to do with this? An email, a phone call, something where they gave you information, or, I don't know if the last one was asking for the NDA or saying they're going to send it to you?
Oh, okay, so Dave Winningham, who came and testified here to the board, I understand now, sorry. Dave Winningham contacted our counsel, I want to say, Monday or Tuesday, and,
Of this week?
of this past week.
I mean, like the current week we're in right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Said he would be sending, our counsel encouraged him to send over an NDA because I was out Monday and Tuesday, and we encouraged him to send an NDA, and today's Thursday, and we still haven't received it. I think it's just a form document, so.
So early this week is when they said they would send you the NDA, and then we haven't seen it yet?
Haven't seen one yet.
And what was the last communication prior to that?
I sent an email last week to ADP asking them please to reconsider their silence.
And when did you send that?
That was, I believe, Thursday or Friday of last week.
And you sent that to your ADP rep?
I did. No, I sent it to ADP management, not the rep.
Okay,
I
and then,
bypassed the rep.
did they respond?
They said, he didn't respond. I sent the email to ADP management and copied my rep. The rep responded and said that it's a reasonable request that I get a response. And I would get one right away, and I didn't hear anything, so I bypassed the rep, and I contacted on Wednesday by telephone upper management at ADP and asked them again to think this through. And then this morning, they still didn't have any, they weren't sending an NDA yet.
Did they give you any indication of what, if you could reach an agreement, or how long it would take if you were actively negotiating an agreement to actually have a final agreement in place? How long that process would take?
A distributor agreement or an NDA?
A distributor agreement?
Well, I didn't need a distributor agreement because I already distributed through ADP.
Okay, whatever agreement, from the time you start, you actually are in active discussions and negotiations to when you could have something in place where now you're ordering units.
To the best of my knowledge, as we sit here today, all they have to do is say they'll take an order.
You don't have to enter into any additional agreement?
No, they just take a purchase order. That's what we're at.
Regarding, but this is a newly branded item, correct? Like they're putting the ADP brand on a different,
Yeah, I hear you. They worked it out. That was worked out in our other conference calls. All those things were worked out. We were down to an order.
okay. Goodman, you said that you asked for changes. When did you submit those changes?
It'd be at least a week ago now, maybe a bit more than a week.
You don't have the date?
I don't have it on me, I apologize.
Okay, and they haven't responded?
They responded that their counsel is still working on the changes or contemplating the changes.
Okay. What is the status with Carrier?
They sent us a distribution agreement, and we're discussing pricing at this time.
Okay. And how long do you think the negotiation of any distribution agreement would take with them?
We haven't seen the distribution agreement yet because it was yesterday evening that it came to us, and I haven't had a chance. In preparing for this meeting, I didn't have a chance to
You're
look.
saying yesterday was the first time you saw a distribution agreement?
Yes. They sent it to us. They said in previous email, I didn't go through it. I got pricing from them. I asked him, he said he sent it he, being counsel, said they sent it to me before. They resent it to me last evening. I told them I'm working on preparing for this meeting and that I would look at it right after the meeting.
Okay. But generally speaking, do you have an estimate of how long it would take you to go through that agreement and enter into an agreement with them?
Well, I don't know about entering, but to go through the agreement would take a day,
Okay.
just to read through it and then start discussing any issues that might be within the agreement.
Okay. I mean, I know it's been a while since you've had a new agreement, but do you have any concept of how long the negotiation around a distribution agreement should take?
Well, I'm working with counsel for a carrier, so it shouldn't take that long.
What's not that long?
Well, a couple days.
Couple days.
He moves pretty quickly,
Okay.
so.
So once you've had a chance to look at that, you could possibly, as long as you can agree to terms, enter into an agreement within a couple of days?
I'd say so.
Okay. And then you said that the production is 6 to 7 weeks out? What is that based on?
An email, so I believe that's what the email said. I don't have it in front of me. Do you have a copy of it? 6 to 8 weeks? Yeah, my son said 6 to 8 weeks, but at least 6, so.
Okay. Regarding your current sales, you said they used to be thousands and now they're hundreds. Is that dollars?
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying your daily sales are?
No, I'm talking about the typical invoice.
Oh, the typical invoice used to be thousands of dollars and now an invoice is hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, yes,
I see. And what are you selling now?
and fewer. Just some materials.
Materials?
Yeah, tape, insulation, some flex, I mean, just, ancillary materials.
So what is happening now when dealers are coming into your distribution locations?
We're advising them that we don't have a compliant product and we can't sell them a furnace.
Do you,
Yeah.
and then are you giving them any other information?
I advise them about, I've told my folks to advise the customer about Rule 1111 and that we don't have a compliant product at this time.
And do you tell them where to go or what to
I'm not gonna tell
do?
them where to go.
So you just say,
I don't have a furnace.
Goodbye,
I'm not gonna
we
tell
don't
them
have-
where to go.
no, I'm just saying, so you just say goodbye, we don't have anything, please
Well,
leave?
I mean, stand by, Ingersoll Rand is going to have a product. Would you be interested in buying a heat pump? I mean, we're trying, we're not trying. That's a double no.
Do you ask them where they're looking to install the product?
No. We advise them of Rule 1111. I was very clear with it, my folks. We tell them that there's 4 exemptions for Rule 1111. Something's changed in the last couple of days, but before that, if it's a mountain application, they need to get district approval. If they get district approval at that time, that was before the last couple of days. But before that, we had some customers who got an email approval from the district, which we attached the invoice, that permitted the sale of a low NOx furnace instead of ultra low NOx, so that was an exemption. We advised them that there is a propane exemption. We advised them that there is a mobile home exemption, and we advised them that there is an out-of-district exemption, and those are the only exemptions. And if they can't provide us with such proof, i.e., if it's out-of-district, they have an address which we put on every invoice that they provide us. As far as LP is concerned, I don't think I'm selling many, if any, because my LP kits aren't moving anywhere for the most part, so I would say that they're not taking any of those. And I think I might have had one mobile home, because they have to, I told the branch that asked me about mobile home that the customer has to sign this is going to be used in a mobile home, because then there's no address and there's no proof anywhere that it's indeed going to be used for a mobile
Is it the
home.
same product for a mobile home?
Yeah, because a lot of the mobile homes have a closet, exterior closet. At least that's what I was told. So
So you just sell the regular products that you have and they as long
Well,
as,
there's like, for instance, there's 90% furnace there, on the 95% furnace, there is a sticker kit and like a kit that you can put on the furnace our furnace, that makes it work for mobile home.
what do you mean a sticker kit?
It's AGA, it's a gas, it's an approval thing,
It's nothing, it doesn't change the way the furnace
I
works.
haven't sold any, so I'm just
No,
telling
no,
you.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah. Then the 80%, I asked around a bit, because when it came to me, and we're only talking about one furnace, when it came to me about a mobile home, I asked about it, and I said, how could you use, I think it's your question right now, you're asking me, how can you use a regular 80% in a mobile home? They told me that, I was told by my tech support folks, that many times it's not installed in the trailer itself, but there is a connected room, or I didn't get the exact details of it, but it's legitimate, okay? So I said, if it's legitimate, then the contractor has to sign on the invoice that furnace is going to be used for mobile homes, so we're not exposed to be in violation of district. So I'm very conscious of not
So,
being.
because it's my understanding that mobile home units are entirely separately designed units.
If it's installed in the mobile home. This is like, it's like abutting to the mobile home. So the furnace is in that, think of it as, like you have those outhouses for water heaters. So think about it as something along those lines where it abuts the mobile home, but it's not in the mobile home. I understand what you're saying.
I understand, okay. So you haven't sold any that have represented there for mobile homes
No, I
since
think we
October
sold
1st?
one. To
You've
my
sold
knowledge,
one?
I believe I was involved in one, so I would say one.
And what about for the high altitude?
Oh, that was out of Riverside, because that's the branch that's closest to that territory. I personally know of one, because because it wasn't a model that they had in Riverside, so they came to Culver City to pick it up. I saw the email, I saw Ms. Nakamura's email permitting the furnace to be sold.
That's fine, I'm just trying to get quantity. Do you have any ideas of
Oh,
quantity?
I don't know what Riverside has, but they may have had a couple.
So you don't know?
No large quantity. I can't swear to quantity, no ma'am.
Okay, and then what about, you said you haven't sold any with the propane kit, or,
Virtually none.
I
I'm
mean,
not
do you
playing-
have any concept of how many?
That's a game. Very, very few. If any, less than 10, because I would see it in the propane kit sales, and I'm not seeing propane kit sales.
You're not seeing any propane kit sales, or you're
Not
saying?
really, no, because most of the propane kit stuff that we had would have been, for the most part, there's a tiny bit in Van Nuys, some in Riverside, but a lot of it in Escondido, which is outside the district anyway.
What kind of information do you ask for when they ask to use it for propane use?
So I tell my branches, I'm not playing games, so don't give me this propane kit stuff with the furnace, and it's going to be used. Tell the customer that they're subject to audit, so don't fool around. I'm just telling you that up front. I don't play this, you can sell them a propane kit and then it's all good, because I believe in the smell test, and if it doesn't smell right, then you just don't do it. Don't play around.
So would you be willing, and this is not included on the order right now, but in addition to the non-compliant units that are actually non-compliant being sold pursuant to the order, to include these 4 exemptions that you've identified? So any sales at high altitude, which will also be kept track of at the manufacturer level, but also at your level, any mobile home sales, any propane sales, and any that are going out of district?
To do what?
To report those to us as part of your monthly reports
That would be
pursuant to the order.
onerous. That'd be so up in the mountains now. I understand that there's various manufacturers who have exemptions. So and one of them is Ingersoll Rand. So I wouldn't need to track that anymore at all, right?
Ingersoll Rand has to track it. So,
Oh, they haven't notified me. So, but we'll put
they just got it
So
yesterday.
we would put the address of the furnace installation on the invoice, because we need to keep track of those things.
so
For the
it's not onerous for you to track every sale of your 565 per month units pursuant to the terms of the order, but it is onerous to track this handful of sales that you've just identified?
No, outside of district, we haven't been tracking, so I don't know how many furnaces are sold outside of district, but you're asking me to track those. And
Well, I'm asking, we haven't gotten to outside the district.
that was one of the 4.
Yeah, well, let me ask you that. So,
Please allow Ms. Reichert to ask the question, and then.
yeah, I'm sorry, I am talking over a bit. So how many units have you sold from inside the district for use outside the district since October 1st?
I don't know.
Approximately.
I don't know. It would be unfair to me to say. I don't know.
How can you obtain that information?
It would take me probably a day to do that. I'd have to search every furnace, which is all okay. I'm not willing to do it.
You can't contact the locations and ask them to look at their
No, because
records?
We don't, they don't have it. I have, what I would have to do is, I'd have to look at all the sales of furnaces and then look at each invoice to see if it has an associated out-of-district address.
Well, all of your furnace sales since October 1st have to fall under one of these exemptions.
Right, so when I see a furnace sales or a sale, or if anyone sees a furnace sale, we look to make sure that there better be an address on it if it's outside a district sale.
So you've said you've sold maybe 1 high altitude, 1 mobile, less than 10 propane. out of all of your locations, but it would be so onerous to be able to look at these invoices to find out how many are out of district? I mean, all the rest other than those 12 should be out of district, right?
No. Out of district is a lot more than 12.
I said all of your sales other than those 12 would be out of district.
That's correct, but I have to track each location and get.
So you
it
can't
done.
call them and just say, how many furnaces have you sold since October 1st?
So the branches don't track that data. We do it out of the main office, so I would have to do it for you. And I'm not saying I won't do it. I'll do it for you. I just can't tell you.
Senator, did you have?
This is not a question in keeping the good cause.
There's no good cause. This is an order for abatement. Well, it is good cause, but a different kind of good cause.
Okay.
This is important information.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying, that's fine, I can propose language. I just want also to get an idea of what the sales out of the district right now, like what have we been looking at since October 1st? I didn't realize this would be unknowable information. Because my understanding is you've got you've been basically out of business since the 1st. So my understanding, this information should be readily available. I need to know, am I still in business since October 1st? And then you said, well, the out-of-district sales should be a lot more than 12 in the last 24 days. The invoices, are those paper invoices or electronic?
Paper.
Okay, and you said they go through the main office. So when do the paper invoices at a distribution center get sent to the main office?
So a customer can pay for it on the spot, in which case we get it right away.
What do you mean right away?
Right away, meaning the sale is recorded right away because it's paid for. It's done, as opposed to
How
a
is the
charged
sales
sale.
recorded?
Ms. Reichert, please
Sorry,
allow him
I'm
to
sorry.
finish, and
Yeah,
we
go ahead.
really have to go one at a time.
Go ahead.
So someone who pays for a sale with either a check or a credit card, the billing is completed then at the counter at the sale. So that I would have immediately for you or for anyone else. I'd have that information right away. If it's a charge sale, then the charge invoice is sent to the main office to be entered on the customer's account, and then I would have that information. So that could take a couple of days to get to you or to anyone else. So I could tell you, say, from the 1st to, where were the 20th? So maybe to the 15th, I could tell you right now. Not the 2nd, but I could tell you in short order, but there's going to be a lag.
Can you find out that information on a break?
I'd have to log in, but I can try my best.
Okay.
Yeah, I want, okay, so as to orders that are paid for right away, it's a physical paper invoice, but do they also enter it into a system? An electronic system?
Sorry. The main office does, yes.
So how does the main office get the information off of the paper invoice that's in Riverside?
They get the invoice from Riverside.
How does Riverside send it to them?
Interbranch, truck.
A truck?
Yes.
And how frequently do those trucks go from the branch to the main office?
Daily, but they arrive in the main office at night, and then the serial numbers are attached to the invoices, because we track serial numbers as well. And then they're entered into the system, then they're proofread, and then they're charged against the customer's account. So it takes a couple of days.
That's the charge account?
Correct.
Okay, so the ones that are paid for at the branch, let me start with those, at the distribution center. Somebody walks in, they pay for it with a credit card, we now have an invoice and some confirmation of payment. What happens to that invoice?
That's recorded, so that I can give you the information, because it's done
Where is it recorded?
in the system.
So they take that invoice, and at the branch, they physically enter into the electronic system, and you have immediate, once they do that, you have immediate access to that information at the main branch, and do they enter it immediately into the system, or do they do them all at some point in the day, or by the end of the day?
No, right then.
Right then, immediately. Okay. So you can log into the system and see all of the purchases that have been paid for at the time of sale within hours. You should know that information.
For non-charge sales, yes, ma'am.
Yes, I'm sorry, Senator.
Yeah, you have the stipulated order. And nothing, these questions does not,
These questions are extremely
in line with the
relevant.
stipulated order?
Yes, this is an order for abatement. It's getting to what is the business of Howard
Yeah,
before an order for abatement? What is the business of Howard after the order for
Order
abatement?
number 1, order number 2, 3. This line of question doesn't even address.
Senator, this is extremely relevant to a good cause finding, and we need to know this information. I'm not sure how in any way this is not relevant.
Can we, I think we can streamline this if we, I don't know, what time is it? If we took a quick break, he can probably get the information. I think that's what our struggle is here. We could go round and round for 20 more minutes.
Well, if I could just finish this, I just want to understand, like, when the information is available and how it's recorded.
And I would like to know that too. So let's do that, and then we will take a break and get the information.
Okay, thank you. Then on a charge account, they write it out, the branch does not put it into the computer, correct?
Correct.
So then they physically send that invoice each night on a truck to the main office?
Correct.
And then the main office takes, so the next morning, they go through all the invoices they've received from the various branches, and then they enter it physically into the computer and charge the accounts.
So each furnace or piece of equipment has a serial number. So the tag, we call them tags. So those tags are attached to the invoices, and then the invoices are, and we make sure that what the customer's being charged for matches the tag. It's just housekeeping. And then sometime during the day, those invoices are turned in to be entered to our system.
Okay, but generally, all of those invoices will be turned in by the end of the day, sent overnight or that night, and so you should have them at the main office by the next day of when those invoices are completed?
So they're not completed yet. So the branch sends the invoice to the main office. The main office attaches the tags that next day, and sometime in the day turns those invoices over to be entered. And it's entered either that day or the next day, depending upon the hour that the invoice was turned in, if there's enough time to enter it. Then it's put into something called an unprocessed status, because the invoice needs to be proofread to make sure that all the lines have been entered properly and all the serial numbers are correct, and so on and so forth. And then they're checked to make sure that they're printed, but still in an unprocessed status, and checked. And then once they've been checked, then they're processed and entered into the record that you're talking about, what you would be talking about, which is a status that then we can see them. Okay, so I would say that that's probably a 3-day process, from receipt to entry to checking to moving it from unprocessed to processed and putting it on the account. It's about 3 days.
Okay, so today you should be able to get us everything that was paid for on the spot through yesterday, and anything that was charged through, say, the 20th, 4 days ago?
So we were out Monday and Tuesday of this past week for holidays, so I would say probably up to Thursday or Friday of last week. We're
Okay.
a little bit behind. I'm not going to, again,
Okay,
I
so
know I'm
for-
under oath, so I can't.
Okay, so
test-
you'll come back with something around Thursday or Friday of
give you
last week?
Whatever's in there, I'm not going to hide anything.
And then the unprocessed ones, the ones that have just been entered, there's no way to run a report of those? No?
No. The unprocessed status is nothing more than just printing the physical invoice so that it could be proofread. It's not a searchable form, so to speak.
Okay. That's all the questions I have on that, if we want to take the break.
I think we should take the break, and that way we can get those numbers and avoid timely back and forth. So we'll take a 15-minute break. Will that be enough, Mr. Winter? A 15-minute break to try to assess that information?
We'll see.
Okay. So let's start with 15. If you need more time, please let us know. Board members, I just want to be very clear, because it might be confusing. We have had a whirlwind of many different cases over the last few days. They have all been interim variances. Good cause findings for interim variances are different. We are looking at order for abatement today. We can talk about what it is, but it's simply a balancing of all of the evidence we receive and a determination as to whether we as a board can find that there is good cause to issue the stipulated order for abatement, not the 4 findings we have been looking at for interim variance relief. I just want to be very clear. This is not an interim variance, and I know that's confusing because we have had so many. We are not looking at our 4 findings in Our rules and procedures, we're not looking at that. Those 4 findings are irrelevant today. This is a noticed hearing for an order for abatement that has been stipulated. So while we use the same word or term, words, good cause, they mean something different. In this situation, we are simply gathering all of the evidence, all of the facts, and we are weighing them in the balance as to whether it makes sense, we have good cause to issue this, or we do not have good cause to issue this stipulated order.
You're not issuing it before you address the stipulated order.
Can you put on your microphone? I'm sorry.
You're not issuing the order before you address the stipulated order.
That's what we're doing. We're gathering evidence, but we're not gathering evidence for the 4 findings we have been looking at for good cause for interim variances. I just want to make that distinction, please.
It just seems that if you already agreed in advance that you're going to stipulate to the order, and these 4 terms are listed.
How does that help the board to understand whether we believe there's good cause to issue it? Okay, I don't want to have a debate. I just wanted to make that distinction. We will take a
I do recall.
15-minute break, a little over. We will reconvene at 11 o'clock.
We just had him here before.
We're off the record.
He's on the phone right now. Yeah.
Are we, yes, okay, thank you. We're back on the record.
Go ahead if you want
I will report. So
Wait, can we get the report before we?
No, get this first.
Okay, Senator has something.
Is the stipulated order been exhibited yet?
One.
One.
The order, so it's something that we ought to consider. All right, now, let me just ask you a question regarding, you the attorney, and I need to get some clarification.
Okay,
On this section 42451, and A and B,
yes,
A means we may, or the executive order officer may issue an order of abatement.
okay.
A, and B talks about, as an alternative, you can issue a stipulated order.
No,
If the stipulated order is gonna be before us, why are we not discussing that?
That is what we're discussing.
No, we're not, we're discussing the order. The stipulated order just is the points that's before us.
No, okay, so I don't think I need to explain to the board why the context within which a stipulated order is proposed is relevant. It just is for a good cause determination. So we don't just go through condition by condition, we need to understand the entire context of what this order is supposed to do, what it's addressing, which is why we're getting sales numbers, and how it will affect pretty much everything. So all of that is relevant,
Only
extremely
point-
relevant.
Only point I was raising is that the line of questioning does not address the stipulated order at all.
Okay,
And yet, the stipulated order.
it does. And so as the attorney member, you've made an objection, and I'm ruling that it's overruled.
You know that.
It is extremely relevant. Okay, now if we can report, please.
yes, so the witness is having technical difficulties accessing the inventory information, and it is going to take him quite a while, even if he had it, to pull the info. His inventory is by model number. He has, I think, between 70 and 80 different models, so we'd have to pull them up individually. What he is doing is he's going to contact each of the warehouses within the district and ask them, his sales folks, to give them a estimate of what the out-of-district sales have been, or total sales have been in the month of October, and that should be fairly accurate. The question is do you want to wait for him to make those calls now, or he can also do it at lunch? We could continue with questioning, and we could just recall him after lunch to get that testimony into evidence.
And I have no problem with revisiting that issue after lunch.
I would, if he's reachable, I'd like to move forward, because we do have
Okay,
another matter.
Exactly, and I'll go grab him and tell him we'll do the calls at lunch, and then we can continue with questioning.
Thank you.
That works.
Is he easily accessible, do you know?
He's
He was right
20
out
yards
there,
out the
yeah.
door.
And also, there may be additional information that he might be able to, that we don't know yet that he needs, that we then could find out that he needs and get that also over lunch.
He said he's gonna be done in a minute and will return with the information.
Okay. I don't,
I'm very concerned with our timing.
do you want me to switch and start, and we can go to, I know, I
Well,
don't,
I don't know, Mr. Williamson, would you like your client in the room as we
Let me go
question
grab him.
Mr.
Give
Wang?
me a second.
I tried.
no, we're not, yeah, he's coming back.
each location.
Okay, we are all back and on the record, and how would we like to proceed?
If, it sounds like we have some numbers, so if you want to go ahead and describe the information you have, Mr. Winter, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you. So I called up each location, I did it the old-fashioned way, and got their best estimate. So Anaheim believes they sold roughly 12, could be less, but right around 12 out of district. Downtown LA believes somewhere between 2 to 3. Culver City, 2. Riverside, 6. And Van Nuys, and that's the one that services Ventura and Santa Barbara, by the way, 19. So the grand total would be 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 21. No, 31. No, what am I talking about? 19.
You said
My
one was
math is
12.
bad. Math is bad. Okay, don't get me yet. Give me a second chance.
40, 42, 43, 41?
41, I was off by 10? Okay, 41. All right, sorry about that.
Okay.
Under pressure.
Okay, so are these all of the ones that were out of these are the ones that are outside, that they were sold in the district for use outside the district?
Correct.
And so they have addresses for each of those?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do you, based on your knowledge of the records, is that is that typical for what you sell in the district for use outside the district?
It's certainly not more. It's not more than normal. Van Nuys has always had a lot of out-of-district because they're the ones I always told the district serves the Ventura and Santa Barbara areas. We discussed that. Riverside is 6, but 4 of them they said are LP, so probably those sales, it's good we called them because it didn't even show up, because I looked up LP kits and I only had 1 return. So out of 6, 4 of them were LP, so there was 2 out of district and 4 LP. So I mean, these are minuscule numbers when we're selling hundreds, and we were selling, 600 and some odd, and we're talking about 41, so.
Okay, so,
Can I have 1 minute? I just want to clarify. We seem to be giving contrary testimony. Including,
All locations. That's all I sold. Yeah, so you said 2 of them. Just 6 total? Here? No, I think it's 2. No, in district. 4 LP.
no, yeah, I think, I just trying to understand. So 4 of those Riverside ones were LP, but like, so for example, Anaheim, were any of those LP?
No.
Okay.
The best way.
Were any of those high altitude?
Anaheim, no.
But Riverside, were any
I
of,
had 1 mountain sale
on top of this?
on top of that.
Okay. And Van Nuys, you said mostly, the ones that 12 from Anaheim, are those, where do those usually go when they're going out of the district?
They could go down, in my humble opinion, they could go down to San Diego. We have some contractors that do go all the way down there and pick up jobs there. That's always been historical, by the way. So I've seen invoices over the last couple of years, and I know who it is.
Do you know why they don't just go to the Escondido store?
Because their offices are located in Anaheim and they drive down
I see.
to San Diego.
What about the LA and Culver City?
Well, Culver City has 2 pieces, so
But where would they be taking
they could
those?
take it to Ventura. Ventura, you have that little piece there that's Lancaster, that extension.
Okay.
That's just outside of the district. I mean, 2 pieces again.
Okay, so thank you for that information. Are you willing to include all sales, regardless of whether they're going out of the district or they fall within an exemption, as well as the orders that fall within the order for abatement that come out of any of your locations that are located in the district in your
district wants
monthly
it.
reports?
I'm sorry. If the district wishes, sure.
And then also any sales that may have occurred from the Escondido location that may have been for use in the district?
Now, there's no way for me to track that, because if they pick it up in Escondido, that's out of district. Physically, that branch is out of district. I have no way. So I used to ask, when we were in the mitigation days, in the beginning of the mitigation days, in Escondido, we charged mitigation, and the way to get it off was to give us an address. But none of my competition was doing that. So customers didn't want to give us the address and wouldn't buy from us because they said they didn't want me to know who their customers were. So it was costing me business outside of the district. So I said, well, if nobody else is doing that, tracking it, why should I? Which makes sense because it was, again, it was costing me my customers. So
So you
They're not in
don't
the
get addresses of the location for installation in the Escondido location?
no, I don't get it typically in any location. I don't know where the furnaces are going ultimately. There's no need for me to know where they're going. It's not my business to know my customer's customer, ever. No one does that.
Okay, would you be able to at least require that they put the city down?
So that they ask the customer, when they make the sale, what city are you installing it in?
Correct.
I'll do that.
In the Escondido location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Give me just 1 second to make a note. And you'd be able to report those to us?
Yes.
Okay, so turning to the conditions in the order, as council mentioned, you've reviewed all of these and you agree to all of them, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the first condition has multiple parts, and this relates to your attempts to obtain compliant furnaces from other manufacturers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've agreed to contact the manufacturers with which you've already established contact, Carrier, Lennox, and Goodman, within, or at least twice a week. Is that correct?
I shall.
Unless and until you either have an agreement or they've said, no, this is done, we're not entering into an agreement.
I think I'll just continue bothering them.
Or you can continue bothering them, that's fine. I had a question about 1C regarding sub-distribution agreements.
Yes.
It seems like you have been, you've testified that you don't think a sub-distribution agreement is viable for a number of reasons. Are you willing to investigate potential sub-distribution agreements that are offered to you?
So the only one who suggested sub-distribution was Carrier, and they're comfortable with moving with distribution agreements. So there's no one else who suggested sub. They were the only one who suggested it, so there'd be no reason for me to explore it with anyone else.
I understand, but I'm just saying, if somebody does suggest that, you are willing to comply with the requirements of condition 1C, which requires that you contact and investigate pricing, availability, and what the terms would be within, I believe it's a week. Yes, within 1 week.
I would investigate and I would report to the district about that.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. In terms of reduction of stock, we have a reduction here to actually specify that you would carry no more than 2,000 units throughout all of your district locations, no later than, or a total for all district locations, no later than November 23rd. And you believe that that's able to be attained?
Yes.
Okay. Other than the second sales representative, are there any other actions you are taking to increase your sales in the San Diego market? It does say you're moving additional non-ULN inventory. Are you increasing?
They are.
How many more units are you adding down there?
Well, they're drawing out of, they're drawing out of, I haven't purchased any furnaces, so they're drawing out of the other branch locations and selling.
So they're pulling them in?
yeah,
They're not holding them there, or?
Well, their branch location we discussed is very, very small.
Right, that's what I'm trying to
So
understand.
they're drawing out of the other locations and selling them off.
Okay,
But I haven't purchased any furnaces. I haven't purchased any furnaces since October 1st, even for them.
so your Escondido location has access to the inventory of the other locations?
Yes, ma'am.
So they can say, oh, that's available in Anaheim, and we'll get that for you?
Correct, in a day.
Okay. And in terms of, just so we can be clear, when a furnace, it says when a ULN, a compliant furnace becomes commercially available to respondent, what's your understanding of it becoming commercially available?
Commercially available means it's on the AQMD website, I've been given pricing, and I can order it from the manufacturer.
Okay.
To me, that's what it
And
is.
so you've agreed, when those conditions are met, you will place an order within 24 hours?
It's orderable, and I can order it, that's what I understand it to
Okay.
be.
And then condition 4B discusses the fact that you will stop ordering non-compliant units that are comparable, the same size and type. And then the dates are if the expected delivery date is 12 weeks or less as of the date you place the order, and if the estimated delivery date is more than 12 weeks, you will cease ordering such comparable furnaces 12 weeks before the estimated delivery date. Is that it? And you agree to those terms?
Right, so the way I understand it to be is that if a furnace's lead time is 12 weeks, then I wouldn't be ordering that model any longer
In the non-compliant?
in the non-compliant, correct. If the lead time was 8 weeks, then I wouldn't be buying any more of that furnace.
Right.
If it was 13 weeks, then in theory, I had one more week to buy.
Okay.
That's the way I understand it to be.
Yes. And then as soon as a particular compliant furnace model has been delivered, you agree that you will immediately cease sales of comparable models, so a model that's the same size and type of non-compliant units within the district. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll be coming back on December 17th, and you'll be reporting back as to your updated status, and hopefully that you don't even need an order anymore.
God willing.
Okay, that's all the questions I have at this time for this witness.
Okay, I have a number of questions. My first one is, prior to October 1st, the Rule 1111 deadline, what was your average monthly sales in terms of units?
So I delivered that to the district, by the way, an Excel spreadsheet with 3 years up to basically August, because September at that time wasn't completed. So, but let's just take an average of 600 and, if I took all the numbers and divided it by 12, so it came out to about 630 to the top of my head. I think, so 635, something like that.
630, somewhere around
Yeah,
630.
an average, yeah.
Okay. How about what you typically have in inventory across all of your locations? Prior to October 1st, what was that number
So
on average?
we're in a seasonal business, so it hits a high and a low. The cooling season will be ramping up, heating season will be ramping up, which we didn't do this year, obviously. But when I first started with the district, so we were still in a cooling season, so that was a ramp up. So I would say, estimating, I probably had about 4,000 furnaces at that time.
Okay. The next question I have has to do with, over the last few days, we've been hearing related, but not the same, but with regard to Rule 1111, we've been hearing matters. My understanding, based on those proceedings, is that the ultra-low NOx furnaces are considerably more expensive than the non-compliant. Is that your understanding? Furnace for furnace.
Folks are being charged a whole lot more, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the prices are higher.
People are paying a lot more for them.
Okay, so the prices are higher.
Yes.
Okay. Was there any discussion between the district and yourself or your company with regard to, there was also imposed, they're not the same, we were dealing with a different issue, but there was a mitigation fee to even the competitive playing field. I don't see that
We've negotiated penalties for these violations and a
Okay,
separate
but
settlement
that's
agreement.
wholly different.
Is part of a separate settlement agreement, as is typical with an order for abatement.
Understood. However, if there are compliant furnaces now being placed into the marketplace and non-compliant, and those non-compliant are significantly lower in price.
Oh, no, Mary took care of that. That's not the case. Her penalty makes the price exceed ultra.
To the ultimate consumer?
Well, to my contractor, he would, if he bought a ultra low NOx today from someone else and a low NOx from me, God willing, tomorrow, he'd be paying more to me tomorrow than he would to my competitor for the ultra low NOx.
Okay, and that's based on,
Her penalties.
okay. We don't have that, but, okay, that's your,
Take my word
that's
for
your representation. Okay. Thank you. The next question I have was a similar issue that I had with the good cause in the interim variance proceeding. The Rule 1111 applies across the board to if you purchase non-compliant from a manufacturer, they are prohibited from selling it to you. If you sell a non-compliant to an installer or however that gets done, they are prohibited from installing it. Do you know of a mechanism in this proposed order that would override that or allow for those sales and installations?
So I asked about that to council this morning, and the way I understand this order to be written, and I'm not an attorney, but the way I understand it is that it reaches back to Ingersoll Rand. Am I?
Cannot.
If I can address it, since this is kind of a legal question. So because we do not have as parties to the order Ingersoll Rand and all of the potential dealers that they would be dealing with, they are not actually covered under this order. However, any potential penalties that could be assessed pursuant to the sales under this order are covered under the settlement agreement.
I still don't understand that.
So all potential penalties for the distribution chain are covered through the penalties that are being paid by respondent.
Are we essentially giving a product variance to the
Well, it's not a
supplier?
variance.
To the supply, are we in essence being asked to give a product variance to Ingersoll Rand train products through Howard Industries?
No. Because
Well,
the penalty.
You're not testifying, but I want to explain, I want it
This
to
is
be
the-
explained to
well,
me
as
how
the-
it's different.
As the legal explanation is that the penalties that are being charged for each violation as set forth in the order cover the penalties that would be assessed for the sale from Train to Howard, and the penalties that would be assessed to an installer for their installation. As it happens often in settlement agreements, somebody could cover, for example, if there's an asbestos matter and both the homeowner and the contractor doing the work and the subcontractor are liable, you can have one penalty that's assessed for the violations that occurred that cover all violations regardless of who actually committed the violation, and it's covered by one penalty paid by one party.
Okay. I'm understanding that technically it's being covered, but it's, okay, I'll move past that. I'm having issues, but that's for my deliberation, and I'll have other questions for the district. Another question I have, I'm reading in, okay, on page 3 of the proposed order, it's 1A, and this is with regard to continuing having conversations with manufacturers until a certain point. And it says until you enter into an agreement to purchase, or there's a decline, and then there's a parenthetical, or if the manufacturer otherwise expresses that it is not interested in entering the agreement. What in your mind does that mean?
If I received a formal written decline, something along the lines of, leave us alone?
How is that different from the manufacturer declines?
I think that's just a rejection of a first offer.
So it's the same.
No, formally saying go away, I think is in writing. I haven't had anyone who formally wrote to me, go away. They might have said it, but they didn't actually write it. If someone writes to me, there's no way I will ever sell you, to me, that pretty much covers the territory.
Right, but that, and in your mind, that's not covered by manufacturer declines respondent's offer to purchase.
Right. I would say that manufacturer declines is something more verbal and more negotiating type versus something in writing, a formal decline.
Well, let me ask you specifically. Today you testified, and I recalled from the interim variance proceeding, with regard to, I can't recall which manufacturer, but one of the manufacturers presenting you with an NDA. And you said today that in your mind, that was them backing down. Now, that wasn't them declining. That wasn't them saying no. But in your mind, according to your testimony, that was them, quote, backing down. Would that be covered in your mind under the parenthetical, otherwise expressing that it is not interested in entering into an agreement?
So that was Lennox that we were speaking about, and thank you so much for giving me that much fact, because I was able to track what you were referring to. So we were working very closely with them just about to a purchase order, and then a representative came and gave testimony to this council that and he described how a transaction would go, and then he threw out a non-disclosure agreement. But we were already at the altar, so.
Answer the question she asked. She was asking about the NDA.
Right, I just want to, I need to see teeth in this order, and I'm having a hard time. So my question is, would you determine if someone, in the case of Lennox, or a different manufacturer, if you're already having conversations and they present you with an NDA, would you then qualify that as otherwise expressing that it is not interested in entering into agreement, and you would stop there?
No, not at all. No.
I'm trying to figure out why we need that. Is there any other scenario you could imagine where that does not fit into the manufacturer decline? So either they accept or they decline, and if they don't accept or decline, you continue to follow up. I'm trying to understand what other scenario falls under that parenthetical, because that parenthetical seems very broad to me.
Understood. I think the way the order was written, I think that the district council felt that I should be very, very, and that's the way I read it, as being extremely diligent and honestly continuously searching out ultra-low NOx product from all manufacturers, unless we were bordering on stalking.
For the record, I have no objection with taking
Taking
that
that out.
clause out.
Would you have an objection, Mr. Winter? Okay. Thank you. Oh, sorry, that is the very last line of page 3. There's a parenthetical that begins on the line before it, or otherwise expresses that it is not interested in entering into an agreement with respondent for the purchase of ULN furnaces. That would be the proposed order. There's agreement to take that out. You don't know, and I'm assuming, well, I won't assume. Let me ask you, do you know, as of yesterday, there were 2 manufacturers that were granted interim product variances for sales of non-compliant furnaces in the high altitudes. One of them was the manufacturer that you distribute for. Do you know, would that, it's significant, I know you are aware and you've testified as to the stopgap measure that the district had with the form that was filled out, but now that won't have to occur. Do you know, will that increase your sales, or do you know what portion of your sales might be?
We had one form done, so I don't think it's going to make much of a difference.
Okay. That was that question.
If I can speak to that for just a second. So I think it was mostly a convenience, because if someone was without heat, they could theoretically go over an entire weekend, evening, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and so on and so forth. So I think it was an accommodation by the district. I take it as an accommodation, but it wasn't a large volume. It was more of a life safety issue.
And that's consistent with what we heard.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. But I wanted to ask for the record. Okay, board members, additional questions. Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Winter, on previous testimony, you had discussed the potential loss of your employees. Today, you stated that you have 75. Now, is that after the loss, before the loss?
We didn't have to let anyone go yet. We've lost our dealers, but we're still, floating.
How many dealers have you lost?
I would say all.
And that was how many, approximately? Just a ballpark.
At least 300.
Okay. How much would you say in dollars? I know we were talking about units, but in dollars, how much do you think you've lost?
Could I give a percentage, or does it have to be a number?
I just want to have an idea, a ballpark idea.
About 92% of revenues.
And your revenue was,
Equipment sales and accessories actually as well.
okay, what was the annual, though, revenue?
If you feel it's not
I have my competition in the background.
Yeah.
so-
Okay.
And they're watching this.
I'll let that go. Good enough. 92%. I can deal with that. And I appreciate all of the efforts that you have done to contact the other OEMs to try to get the product. And I wanted to understand and I maybe clarify. I understand that Goodman wanted an NDA, Carrier wanted an NDA, and my understanding, the way that you explained it, am I incorrect there?
A carrier didn't ask for an NDA.
Okay, all right. All right. But the reason that you were saying that ADP, that wasn't appropriate because you had an existing relationship with them, so an NDA was not relevant?
We had already moved way past the NDA conversation, if there was
Okay.
going to be one.
Okay, so in your, and I might be repeating this, so in your estimate, do you think that they are backing down and backing away?
Yes.
Okay. You had mentioned a person, Dave Winningham. Who is he with?
Lennox, he gave testimony at the variance meeting.
Okay. Now, when you were talking about the mobile home, AGA meaning American Gas Association, right? Okay, and I'm probably not discussing something that's relevant, but I need to understand it because there's a potential of sales to mobile homes. The plenum that we're talking about that's required for the gas furnace, when you were talking about an exterior, let's say bump out, are you talking about like a water heater? Like
So
a hot water
it was
heater?
defined to me as a closet. That's how tech support defines
Close.
me, as a closet.
Okay.
That's an accessory to the mobile home. That's the way it was defined to me. There was one, I believe there was one sale like that.
Do you think that you're going to have more potential sales for mobile home parks? Have you had in the past?
As the district said, that's typically a specialized product, and we typically don't sell
Okay.
mobile home furnaces.
So it really won't be part of that. Okay, well, right now, those are the only questions that I had, but I understand the difficult situation that you're in, and I appreciate that, but let's see how we go forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Balagopalan? Oh, did you? Oh, I'm sorry, who has a question? Senator, did you have questions?
Make a statement, then I'll ask a question. I think I was raising questions early on and about the line of questioning, and took notice of the fact that the interim variance hearing before us was denied. So therefore, that could not be before us again at this point in time. And that's what my confusion came in, because I saying the line of questioning was not relevant because we're not discussing interim variance because that's been denied. The only ones before us is the order of abatement or the alternative.
Right, and as you'll see when we deliberate, one of the important parts of context is what is the hardship on the respondent, in this case, Howard, and I'm sorry, I'm going to say your word, Climate Industries, Howard Industries. And part of that is what are the current sales and the loss of market and the understanding of how, and also of how sales are tracked, because that's important information. So that's why it's relevant as context. But I don't want to debate that, but
I'm
did you
not
have a
debating,
question?
I'm just looking at, you make your statement, I can make mine. It's just in this section, code, it talks about A and B, and talks about B supersedes A.
Okay, and B requires a finding of good cause. Okay, did you have a question for Mr. Winter?
Yes, I do. Linux, as we discussed early on, had a person here in the public comment section, and you made mention of the fact earlier that I asked him a specific question as to whether or not they would sell equipment to you, the furnace to you. And as you recall, Madam Record, refused to answer. I said, could you give you stated earlier this morning, I asked, give me a yes or no. And the response was, it's a business decision not to do that. And having made that statement now, my question to you, is there any other vendor out there, manufacturer, that you know of at this time that would sell you equipment?
Carrier,
They will.
we're talking to them now, seriously, yes, sir.
But the deal has not been cut yet.
Not yet, sir, but we're close.
What's your feeling that you think is likely to occur?
I'm very hopeful.
And I'm hoping we'll hear more of that. We have 2 speakers from Carrier for public comment, so we'll see. Foreshadowing.
You see, there's, in this order, is a status report that's required. December 17th, to parties, that's the district and you, will address the board and provide a status report.
We may need to move that date, but yes.
Right. In the status report, I'm going to be listening, trying to find out which of these vendors, manufacturers, other than Carrier, if the deal should be closed by then or not closed, I don't know.
I would hope so.
What about any other manufacturer?
We'll be looking. There was a suggestion made by the district. Well, there were other names provided by the district, so we'll look to those as well.
In the event hypothetical. If it turns out that nobody cuts a deal with you, where does that leave you?
I have to deal with Mary again.
Say it again.
That's Ms. Reichert.
Mary will make me pay bloodily.
Mary who?
Ms. Reichert.
All right, well, let's see what happens December 17th. Hopefully you get some positive response prior there too.
Amen. Thank you.
Other questions, Mr. Balagopalan, did you?
Yes, Mr. Winter. You mentioned your average sale is about 630 units a month, basically,
Yes.
average. And so with this order, you'd be allowed to sell close to, I did the math, with 596, about 90% of what you were previously doing.
65. I think it's a 10% reduction. Approximately 10%.
Approximately, yeah.
Yeah, so most folks like to grow. We'll be not only not growing, but shrinking.
Right. But you're selling I mean, we don't have the settlement agreement, so we're looking at it without the settlement agreement. I don't think that should come into the picture where we look, right, when we're looking at this.
Only to the extent that we hear about it.
Yeah,
As
you're right.
evidence.
So if I look at just this, you're getting a deal to sell what you were pretty close to selling before without paying a mitigation fee for a period of time.
I would love to pay just the mitigation fee.
I know, but with this, but the way this is crafted, the way I see it, is you not limited to just high altitude. I thought initially that you will be limited to just high altitude, like the folks who got the product variants, and sell only at the high altitude. But you are able to sell pretty much close to what you were, 90% of what you were doing before without paying a mitigation fee, non-compliant units in the basin.
Well, there's a penalty,
I know there is a penalty, yes.
and it exceeds the mitigation fee.
Right, and we heard about that, and you're going to charge your contractor the fee you're passing it along, basically.
Minimally, I will, yes.
Yes.
At the minimum, I mean, yes, they will pay. We'll all pay.
Yeah. I hope my furnace doesn't break down. What about if you were limited to only high altitude?
Well, there's almost no volume there. I think we sold one furnace to high altitude.
But the season is just starting, right?
So maybe we would sell, 4 furnaces to high altitude, but
That's all that the demand is in the mountain areas during.
from us, there's not a lot of, I think the big issue for the mountainous areas were life safety issues. I don't think that there's any huge volume there. It was just a caring for another person. I think that's what the issue was in that, just watching it.
So you don't see any appreciable sale in the high altitude
No,
for train or an American Standard? Is
I
that?
can't speak for Train. I can only speak for ourselves.
But you carry, the products you carry right now are Train and American Standard, which are from Ingersoll Rand,
No,
right?
I carry only American Standard.
Only American Standard, which is part of Ingersoll Rand?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how many distributors there are, like yourself, in the basin approximately? Distributors, not dealership. I think you gave us the number of dealers.
Yeah. How many did you count? Do you remember? So like myself, meaning that sell heating and air conditioning supplies?
Yes,
What, between 12 to 15, I heard.
12 to 15. Then, to be fair, then should this board give similar relief to all those dealers if they come in, distributors if they come in?
Well, I think there were extenuating circumstances that the district presented to the board at the start of this meeting. So, and I think they have sources of ultra low NOx.
And you don't have it because you had the exclusive agreement with Ingersoll Rand?
Yeah, Ingersoll Rand doesn't have an ultra low NOx at this time.
But you no longer have an exclusive agreement with Ingersoll Rand, correct?
Right, but they're my
I want to
sole
make sure we're
supplier.
correcting that.
They're my sole supplier.
Right, but you don't have an exclusive agreement.
Meaning I can source out and which is what we've been discussing.
That's right. Okay, just wanted to make sure we're clear on that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I had two more questions. One is, I think, and I may not be remembering this, but I believe that last time we met for the interim variance, that when the non-disclosure agreement was discussed, I believe at that time you had mentioned or testified that you had not shown it to an attorney. It was,
That was the Goodman NDA,
okay.
not the Lennox.
So we've heard some, because NDAs are very important, it seems, to this order, because you have been presented, I believe, with two so far, is that correct?
No, just that one.
Not Goodman and Lennox?
Lennox called counsel on, I think it was Monday, and had a conversation with them, and counsel encouraged him to send an NDA. Correct, but we haven't received one. So I
Okay.
would say we've only received one.
Okay, but NDAs are, apparently, they've been raised in conjunction with more than one manufacturer.
Sometimes conveniently.
Okay. Okay. Again, because I need to understand how strong this order is. I would never approve an order that was simply a waiver till February. So I need to understand.
Waiver
if-
to what?
To February, because it would last till February. So I need to understand the strength of any conversations you may be having with manufacturers. So that's framing my question. You had mentioned that this is and we've heard in the last few days and last week, it's very competitive. There's not a lot of speaking to each other. So have you and will you have any non-disclosure agreements looked at by an attorney?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because you also mentioned one of them, and it's okay if I don't get it right, but one of the non-disclosure agreements that you testified about this morning, you mentioned it did not allow you to speak with the district. That might be contextual, and it might be that you can't speak with the district about certain things, and you could still agree to that and talk to the district. So it's very important that in the context of continuing conversations with the manufacturer, that you tell the board today that you will have any NDA looked at by council and move forward if possible.
So that is correct, and we only ask that the district be excluded from that, am I correct? We asked only that the district be excluded from that exclusion, because it read all government agencies, and so we asked, because we're dealing in what we're dealing with, that the SCAQMD be excluded from that exclusion.
Okay. And I just wanted to make sure that you understand that.
Indeed.
And this board does not see NDAs as the end of a discussion.
Correct.
Okay. The other question I had, I want to understand your understanding of how this order would work if you were to find a manufacturer of comparable models. Okay, so we'll just pick Carrier, because I know you're having conversations, and this is not to say that this is how this is going to work out. Carrier comes to you tomorrow, and you make an agreement to carry certain comparable models. Is it your understanding that once they agree to supply any number of comparable ultra-low NOx furnaces, that you no longer can carry comparable models of any number of non-compliant furnaces? Or is it that you believe this is a match number for number? So if you want to supply 200 non-compliant and Carrier will give you 100 per month compliant, that you can still carry 100 non-compliant and you can sell the 100 compliant? I want to understand how this works.
I want to make sure I understand the question. You're just talking about a unit by unit number.
Well, and maybe, it's just, we're reading this
I
very
understand.
fast
Yeah.
and on the fly. But here we are, we're in, I guess it's number 4, when ULN furnaces become commercially available, what occurs? So, B is stop ordering non-ULN furnace models comparable, same size and type to the ULN furnace models that have become commercially available. Is that dependent upon the numbers? Can you, if and I know this is not real numbers, but 10 become available to you, and you wanted to sell 100, could you sell only those 10 and not sell any more non-compliant?
So I hope, council member is very wise, and I hope that no one heard what council member just said, because I'm hoping that any manufacturer that I sign up with, it's an all or nothing is the way I understand it.
Okay, that's what I want to
But
understand.
I'm hoping that people are not getting the idea that they'll give me 10 and then I'm going to be the end of my rope. So,
Well, if that were the case, and this order were adopted by the board, I am sure on December 17th, we would hear more about that.
Okay,
And
thank you.
possibly amend it. However, so that anybody who's thinking of doing that does not do that. Yes, I'm done, so, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, if you.
Thank you. So I want to understand that 4B, we're not limiting him to not sell non-compliant furnaces outside of the district, are we?
No, that's never-
I want to make sure that that
That's
verbiage.
not part of Rule 1111.
I understand that, but, an agreement that they would make, I want to make sure that we don't have any chance of that.
We would not, and the reason why is because our jurisdiction only extends to the district and to the basin. So anything sold outside is not a violation of Rule 1111, and thus.
I understand that.
We can't restrict it.
I understand that, but when he's reporting to us, he's going to be reporting out of district what he also sells, right? He's gonna-
Reporting,
he's-
yes.
Yes, okay.
That's just a reporting requirement.
So that number of what he sells outside of the district is part of 4B. Because we're asking him to monitor and track it, how many he's selling outside of the
So
district.
if you want to say, stop ordering non-UN,
Do you understand my question, Mary?
well
And-
done. She's right. She's on to something.
I'm not sure how that relates to 4B, about
Well-
stop ordering more furnaces.
Okay, we're
but
telling
you can
him,
be more specific, stop ordering for sale within the district.
yes, maybe that would
Okay,
help.
so that, and
Yes.
that would just, that would close up any loop that you're
Yes,
concerned about.
Yes, thank you.
Very good.
Okay, any other questions, Senator?
Madam Chair, I was looking to see when this order expires and it's stipulated,
Because it's an order for abatement, it would be when our jurisdiction ends.
so there's no timeline.
No, if you look on the last page, 6, the last one, number 9, the hearing board shall retain jurisdiction over this matter until February 29th, since the leap
Okay, all
year, 2020.
All right, but then after the status report, and you maybe have another one thereafter, hopefully, and it can be, if it's determined that there's been no agreement, the board can, at the request of both parties, modify the order. Is that clearly understood? They can modify the order,
That's always an option if you petition
which
for a
therefore means
modification.
that
And if this order were adopted by the board, it already contains a status update, which would also be noticed as a modification.
the status report, which therefore means that you may not be put in a squeeze place, so to speak, where you can't do business at all. If it's modified, then if you've been unable to get a manufacturer to provide any furnaces for you that meet 1111, then of course you would have to come back and let us know that, and then we can react accordingly to your situation.
Yes.
And just so we're clear, what is proposed to us today allows the sale of non-compliant. So it's, the only requirements here are to attempt, well, there's a reduction in the monthly sales of some percentage, but also a requirement of continuing to look for those compliant and replace sales of non-compliant with compliant. That's essentially what this order would do.
The company that you, the manufacturer you do business with, what's the name of that company again?
Ingersoll Rand,
Right? Or
Or Train, or.
American Standard.
Right, so you might have heard
at
of
some
them as
point in
Train.
time, at the last hearing, if I recall, we were told that there's a time certain or close to it that they would be providing furnaces that meet 1111. Is that correct?
That's true.
What was that date again?
They spoke of a first model towards the end of December, but then in the presentation, I think they spoke about something in January. I heard in the presentation to the council, maybe Mary knows better. I wasn't here for it, so.
She can't
High
testify.
confidence.
If she
didn't
doesn't
watch
know,
it.
Mr. Winter, right, is that what, to your best understanding?
I heard something about January that it somehow, something moved.
How confident are you that they will meet that deadline?
I think I'm looking for a partner.
You look for what?
I'm looking for a third party.
A third party. Also, at the last hearing, and you reiterated today to some degree, that they offered you 1,000 units, Linux did,
Correct.
and that you said you needed 5,000 for your season.
But I would take the 1,000.
Pardon?
I would take the 1,000.
No, I'm going to get to that.
Okay.
Your season, you use about 5,000. And these are your customers that you thought you would lose because they were competing with the manufacturer who's saying yes or no, competing with you for your customers, which means that you could lose them.
I did.
All right. Then the next thing you suggested at that time, based on recollection, after you rethought your request, give me 1,000 now, and then I can sell 200 per month to December. And of course, your manufacturer would have them available to meet Rule 1111. Having that been the case, then you didn't show good cause because you had time within that time frame. That was the reason why we said no on good cause, because in that time frame, you were not violating Rule 1111. Because if you got that 1,000 up front, you would not be in violation of Rule 1111.
So at that time, Member Prusak,
That wasn't the rationale for a good cause. I'm not sure where you're getting that from.
That's what it was. That's what it was said here. The good cause says you got to be in violation, or will be in violation. And if you had 1,000, you would not have been in violation, because
That's
before.
true, but he did not have an order for 1,000, so that was not the reason for not having good cause. Unless you had something else you wanted.
no, the reason that we weren't able to do the reason it was a non-issue and a non-starter was because the rule got parsed. Distributor versus
I'm going to
contractor.
allow the minute order and the decision of the board to stand for itself. I don't want to restate the decision of the board on good cause.
Fair.
But did you have a question?
I was just trying to rethink what actually happened before I posed the next question. But anyway, the stipulated order is just that, and you understand it, obviously. And I have no further questions.
Yes, and then maybe we'll take our lunch break. Mr. Balagopalan.
And during the hearing for Train, and in the petition they submitted, they estimated they will sell about 700 units during the winter months, or for the season,
In high altitudes.
high altitude. But your representation may be, not, that's a exaggeration, or is that a optimistic number? Or
It might be through the Train side. I have no insight into their entire business. I can only speak for myself.
May I just follow up on that real quickly? Because is it that you don't generally track where your products end up? Is that the case? I just want, not I mean, I know through, you can have the addresses, but do you generally track where the furnaces you sell end up?
No.
Okay, because we did hear testimony, not only of the 700 that would be sold of Train, but we actually heard from installers who specifically sell Train products and who had specifically mentioned Howard Industries. So
Right, so they would
that's
know.
why we're questioning how many you're going to sell.
So they would know. They'd be the ones that, and that's what I was going to suggest now, is that the contractors would be able to speak to that more so than ourselves, because we really don't track. Only reason we knew the one was because it needed special dispensation from the district. That's why we knew about that one.
Right, and they mentioned that they will go to your Riverside office to pick up the product, basically,
And we wouldn't know where it goes.
where it goes, right. But do you also supply train, product,
No,
train line?
just American Standard.
Just American Standard, so if they, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Winter at this time before we take lunch? Okay, thank you. So let's take a 55-minute lunch, come back at 1 o'clock. And I think, Mr. Williamson, did you have any other witnesses you wish?
What I would suggest is that we switch back to the district, and I would just reserve, if there are any issues that come up, being able to call a witness after the district.
Okay, and that works, Ms. Reckart, you'll be bringing on Mr. Wang?
Yes.
Okay, so then we'll come back at 1 o'clock. We're off the record. We're back on the record. We have received both a redlined and a clean version of amended proposed order findings and decision, and so we're going to mark the redline version, the track,
I really apologize. Would you mind marking the clean version as Exhibit 2? Thank you.
before it even came out of my mouth, I could switch
Sorry.
that up. Okay, so the clean version,
Which one?
the clean version that has no strikeouts, no underlines, will be Exhibit number 2. And the one with strikeouts and tracking will be Exhibit number 3. Okay, thank you. Okay, we left off, we were going to turn to Ms. Reichart for Mr.
Cleanest 2. Sorry. Just before I go into my witness, I just want to talk through briefly the changes that I'm proposing.
And then we should turn back to Mr. Winter to see if those are stipulated and agreed upon.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So the first change is the case number. Thank you, Mr. Balagopalan. And the next one's on page 3 to 4, which is the deletion of that parenthetical. And then on page 4, on condition number 2, we added, you could see that I made a couple revisions that it tracked. But we added a provision to include the accounting of all sales, including those outside the district and subject to any exemption from distribution centers within the district, as well as any from outside the district that are for use within the district. In 3B, we are requiring a 5% decrease in monthly sales commencing from the date of the status conference. Excuse me, there was a, on page 6 in 4B, we added that clause we discussed for sale within the South Coast AQMD, and I added a clarification into number 5 as well for use within the South Coast AQMD.
Sorry, when you say, I'm back at the 5% one, is that
Yes.
5% from the 565, the reduction to
would be-
565?
It would be, every month would be a reduction of 5%.
So by a further 5%?
Well, yeah, yes, it would be from, the limits herein, but yes,
From the
we
limit of
can-
565?
Yes.
Okay, so could we add that
Well, okay, so shall it,
by a further?
by a
And I'm
further?
sorry, yes, I'm sorry, that is 3B on page 5 of the track changes, where that 5% was added in B on the last line, by a further 5% each month for the duration of the order for abatement. I'm sorry, I just,
No, that's
Trying to
a
catch
good,
up
that's a
as
good
we-
clarification.
as we go through, go ahead.
A third of 5%?
5%, a further,
Okay.
not 30.
Sorry about that, further. I sometimes mumble.
And then we went ahead to alleviate any concern the board had regarding mitigation fees and make it clear. We added the mitigation fee requirement into this order, which will be in addition to civil penalties. And I believe that's all of the changes.
Thank you. And if we could just ask Mr. Winter, before we move on to Mr. Wang, are you in agreement with those changes? Since it's a stipulated order, we need to have stipulation.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
On page 5, I know you change everything from units to furnaces, so
Yeah.
there's still one unit on page 5.
Sorry, on which page?
Page 5, outside of the South Coast of non-ULN units, so.
Yes, I just wanted to be clear, so
yeah,
yes, that should
very
be
clear, yeah.
changed to furnaces.
So
On line
we're changing
2
Oh, good, I'm sorry.
of page 5, line 2 of page 5, it says units, I just changed it to furnaces.
Okay, and then there's another. So you were
Well,
trying to change that
To
universally?
be honest, no, I
Okay,
was just, I had originally written that section and put units, and then since they sell other types of products, I thought it might have been vague. So if there's another, yeah, I guess there are other units So,
Yeah, so the one that I see on another page, it's very clear, it's part of the mitigation fee, so you don't have to change it to furnaces.
okay,
What line is that on page 5?
Line 2.
2.
Line
So the line reads, South Coast AQMD of non-ULN units, but we'll change units to furnaces.
We're looking at, are you looking at the track changed version? Tracked change version, which is exhibit 3. So not the clean version. So if you look at the one with the strikeouts and the tracking, that's where it's line 2 on page 5.
Okay?
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to be brief with Mr. Wang. I think that most of the facts have come out from respondent. We'll do some brief discussion, and then I'll open it up to, obviously, respondent's counsel, and then, so the board can focus on the issues that they see as most relevant. The district calls Sean Wang. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sean Wang, SHAWN,
And what's your position here at the district?
Air Quality Specialist.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Are you familiar with the rulemaking or the revisions to Rule 1111 that started or instituted the mitigation fee?
Yes, I am familiar.
Okay, and do you remember when that mitigation fee was first in force, when it was first becoming, or it was first required to be paid? Approximately.
I don't have the exact date, but I do have approximations. The initial compliance date for condensing and non-condensing furnaces was April and October 2016 respectively. There was an initial short sell-through period of roughly 45 days, and the initial mitigation fee by that schedule would have begun in late 2016 to late 2015 to early 2016. So the initial compliance date was April to October of 2015.
Okay, great, thank you. And when did the mitigation fee period end for condensing and non-condensing furnaces?
Condensing and non-condensing furnaces, the Phase 2 mitigation fee period ended on September 30th of 2019.
And so after that date, non-compliant furnaces, those rated above 14 nanograms per joule or certified above 40 nanograms per joule, could no longer be sold within the South Coast AQMD jurisdiction, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So are you familiar with the development of compliant furnaces from manufacturers?
Yes.
And are you aware of Ingersoll Rand's development or their process of development of compliant furnaces?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you heard testimony from respondent that Ingersoll Rand does not currently have a compliant furnace. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you have an estimate based on public information, not anything that's been shared as part of a trade secret or confidential conversation? Do you have information about when their first compliant units will be available?
Yes, based off of Ingersoll Rand's testimony from their interim variance hearing, they estimate that their first units will be available commercially mid-February of 2020.
Okay, thank you. And you heard testimony from Mr. Winter that he's in discussions with Lennox, Goodman, and Carrier for potentially selling their compliant units. Is it your understanding that each of those manufacturers has compliant units available for sale?
Yes.
Okay. And have you reviewed the proposed order and findings and decision, including the conditions that will be imposed if this order is issued?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And did you and staff work with myself on developing this order and crafting the parameters?
Yes.
And do you believe that that this is a sufficient limit and provide sufficient parameters to balance the competing interests of allowing respondent to stay in business and be able to continue forward until he has compliant products without sacrificing any impact it may have to the compliant unit market.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have anything to add about specific conditions or parameters of the order?
No, I do not.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson, do you have any?
No questions.
Can you expand, Mr. Wang, on how you don't believe it has an impact on the compliant furnace market?
I would just object to the characterization that I don't believe he testified that it has no impact.
Okay. That it balances the impacts.
Thank you.
Or could you explain what the impact is? How about that's a better question? What do you believe the impact will be?
I believe that currently compliant furnaces are more expensive than the non-compliant furnaces. However, from our discussions with the manufacturer, the price difference should be offset by the mitigation fee as well as the additional penalties, and factoring into the fact that ultra-low NOx furnaces currently have a rebate for them.
Thank you. I don't know how to phrase this, but, sorry, I took a mint I shouldn't have. You were present at the hearings we've had over the last few days and into last week, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We spent a considerable amount of time considering the impact and how to avoid, well, just crafting an interim product variance for two different manufacturers, correct, for high altitude.
Yes.
If we were to grant the order for abatement today, wouldn't that have, I'm trying to understand what, wouldn't that dissolve, I mean, I'm trying to understand why we did that. And I know that's not a valid question, but in my processes, I'm trying to understand, today, if we were to grant this, that would allow Howard Industries to sell non-compliant anywhere, including in high altitudes, isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I want to ask questions. I'm trying to work through this in my own head. Is there any unfair competitive advantage to other distributors and dealers who now are unable to sell? To your knowledge, anything that you know of, who are unable to sell non-compliant furnaces?
Can you rephrase the question a little bit? I'm not clear on what the question is.
At the interim variance hearing for this matter, I know it's a different matter, but still, I do believe there was testimony and discussion that there were many distributors, and perhaps it was even yourself, I might have been a district witness, that there were many distributors, or more than one, more than just Howard, who had inventory of non-compliant, and they have asked for an ability to sell through those non-compliant, and they are not being granted that. Is that correct? That no one else is being granted the ability to sell through non-compliant?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, there was testimony that the district was simply not allowing a further extension of the mitigation fee option. Wouldn't this essentially grant that to just a single distributor?
Yes, however, to my knowledge, there's additional penalties on top of the mitigation fee for this particular case. And I would also like to add that for Howard's case, they do not have a supply of compliant units from their current OEM.
Okay. And so what you're saying with that last part is the district looks at them as unique? Is that what you're saying? I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm trying to understand why you added that last part.
Can you clarify what you meant by that last part?
To clarify, I do mean that their position is slightly different than the other distributors that might have supply from OEMs with available compliant products.
Okay. So, and that leads into another question. So can this board feel comfortable that there are no other, to your knowledge, distributors, dealers, et cetera, in the basin that will come needing relief because they too only sell a particular OEM's models and they don't have any compliant,
To your knowledge.
to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, all the other manufacturers, 6 out of 7, do have compliant products currently available commercially. And I have been in contact with various distributors of those OEMs, and I have not received any additional information that suggests that other distributors are in the same position.
Could I ask maybe a clarifying question to help? Are you aware of any other distributors whose primary area of distribution is the South Coast AQMD, whose sole supplier is Trane, the one manufacturer with no compliant units? Because that would be the one case where there might be another distributor who has no access, right? So if their primary distribution area is the district and their sole supplier would be Trane. Are you aware of any other distributors in that circumstance?
I am not aware of any other distributors in this circumstance.
Gosh, I had another question, but it escapes me. So, Mr. Balagopalan, and I'll think about it.
Yeah, I also wanted to clarify, Mr. Wang, I didn't mean last week to say you were not clear. I think at the hearing, you were very clear on the form and how it applies. So having said that, to your knowledge, when we heard Howard Industry come before us, they were very clear that they're not going to sell non-compliant unit, and they ceased selling non-compliant unit. Is correct? Or have they ceased selling non-compliant unit?
Your question for him is whether they have ceased selling non-compliant units? Do you have any knowledge of that?
Outside of, previously Mr. Winters did mention that a high altitude unit was sold. To my knowledge, outside of that, I don't have any information that contradicts what.
And outside the district, so I know they're allowed to sell outside the district, so inside the district. So, but then what are they assessed penalty for, if I can ask that question, if you know? If they are not in violation of the rule, if they're not,
Can I answer that? That would be pursuant to any sales that occur under this order.
under this order, I see, so, okay,
So they have not yet been assessed any penalties.
okay. Now, we have heard Mr. Winter and his negotiating. I'm sure he's a tough negotiator, and trying to get, contracts that are workable for his company. So this order says they just have to attempt and keep trying. And if the manufacturer said, no, I don't, there's negotiation going on, he's not willing on the price or some other aspects of it, then basically this is giving him the ability to sell off all his, I think the last time he said, the Howard Industry said there's 2,000 to 3,000 non-compliant unit they have in the district. And basically, I know the order says, keep limited by November 23rd, limit to 1,500, but it basically allows them to hopefully sell all their non-compliant units. And I'm not trying to say that Mr. Winter is going to play it tough and not come into agreement with the other companies, but in the event he doesn't, what's the scenario then?
I believe this order for abatement has an end date of February 29th of 2020. So if worst case scenario, Howard does not come into agreement with any manufacturer by that end date, then this order would have expired.
No, but then he would have been able to clear most of his inventory if he can sell non-compliant units.
I believe the current, in the order for abatement, there's a limit on the total amount that can be sold per month.
Right.
And after December 17th, there is an additional further decrease of 5% for every month after.
Can I ask a follow-up question on what in your opinion, since we have not seen the penalty, you have seen the penalties and are you aware of what the penalties are under the settlement agreement between the district and, you don't have to say what they are, I'm asking if you're aware.
Yes, I have seen them.
Okay. In your opinion, given the settlement agreement penalties and the mitigation fee that we're now seeing placed into the order for abatement, in your opinion, is there an incentive for Howard Industries to attempt very hard to obtain a supply of compliant furnaces or to ride out this order until February 29, 2020?
That's a better question. Yes, thank you. Then,
Can I have 1 minute with my counsel?
You can take as much time as you need to figure out that and your answer.
Based off of what I heard, and it seems like the added on cost would be passed down to the consumer. The only disincentive I can see is that the product might not be as competitive in the market.
Disincentive to what?
There might be an incentive to sell elsewhere where they are not subject to the fees due to the market price of the units.
Okay, but is there more of an incentive to attempt to get compliant units to sell in the basin, given the fees, versus just continuing to sell non-compliant through February 29th?
Given the fees added on to the non-compliant units, the units themselves might not be as competitive when compared to the compliant units. And so there is an incentive to pursue compliant units due to that fact.
And also you're including the fact that there's the rebate on the compliant units.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so you'd have to, so it's reliant upon the rebate, and, some people, rebates are attractive, and to some people not so much. But are you saying that the margin is such between the penalties and the compliant unit price that the rebate is that important or relevant?
It's not just the rebate, but the mitigation fee as well as the additional penalties. That factored with the rebate on top of the compliant units. All of those factors added together, I believe there is an incentive for them to pursue compliant units for sale within the basin.
And do you know why it was chosen to wait until December 17th after, I assume after a return to the board, to start decreasing by month the...
He is not aware of that.
Okay.
That was a negotiation between council.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over your questioning, and I did. Mr. Balagopalan.
with the sales of if the order goes through in the sale, so the consumer will more than likely end up paying a lot more for these units, is that correct? If they choose to buy this non-compliant unit?
Based off of what I heard about the cost getting passed down the supply chain, the chain of purchase, yes.
The consumer will end up paying more.
Yes, that's what I'm led to believe.
And you've heard that, I know the last time there's a difference between brand and models. Do you have an update on how many brands are available now of compliant units? Not, I know there are multiple models for a brand. Approximately how many, brands are there?
You mean the brands that are the sub-brands of each of the parent companies? Or,
Yeah, each, how many commercially available compliant units are there? Well, whichever number, if you want to include brands, so that's, fine. Now, the brands tend to exaggerate the number, the model exaggerates the number, the brand. Correct me if I'm wrong, one brand can have multiple models, correct?
do you
Or
want
one, no,
to
no.
explain
it's the
how
other.
the numbers can appear inflated?
I can explain
The other way around,
the
yeah.
general I guess process behind it. So a manufacturer will have sometimes they will have a certain number of base models, and those base models are spread across multiple brands.
Right. And so do you know how many base models are available now in the South Coast from the different manufacturers of compliant units?
No, I do not have I don't have the number of base models.
In your opinion or in your knowledge, do you think that there are sufficient for the marketplace for this season?
Yes, during our conversations with the various manufacturers, we were told that roughly 90% of the market has coverage.
As coverage with the compliant units?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, any other questions for Mr. Wang? Senator, did you?
A moment ago, the chairperson asked you a question, and it was as follows. If this distributed order is granted, it would open up the doors of opportunities for others to automatically participate. Is that correct? Your answer to that was yes.
No, that wasn't the question, because this would be only directed at Howard Industries, or, I'm sorry.
That's what I thought. But I think the question was, would that allow other distributors to sell non-compliant units in this area? That was the question.
The question was whether or not, essentially was whether or not Howard is unique, or are there other distributors that only sell a single manufacturer and don't have any compliant units available through their supply chain, essentially. And the answer was not to Mr. Wang's knowledge, correct?
That means
That's correct.
That means that other distributors can sell? Maybe I don't understand the question.
Can you clarify?
Yeah, to clarify, this order for abatement will only apply to Howard Industries.
So
Why?
the other distributors have access to compliant products, is that correct?
Correct. The other distributors who are supplied with brands that are not from Ingersoll Rand do have access to compliant products.
So, but they would not be automatically authorized to sell non-compliant projects in this area?
Correct. They would not be able to sell
Not be
non-compliant
able to, unless
products.
they came before the board.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Unless they came before the board and make the request.
Yeah, they would have to individually come before the board, that's his
Oh,
question?
yes.
Okay. All right, go forward.
I had one other question. I want to understand the impact to the basin. So if we're looking at 565 furnaces per month as a cap, and I didn't do the math of how many that would be, should this go through February, what percentage, to your knowledge, of furnaces that are sold in the basin is that? Is that a high percentage? Is that, because, of course, it's the hearing board's concern that whether they're penalized, not penalized, disincentivized, there is a rule and there are compliant units. Now we're allowing all these non-compliant units to be used and in the basin and possibly be in in use for 30 years. So the question is, what percentage do you know of the market would this be?
Do you know how many sales approximately occur per month?
I do not.
Could we go off the record for just a second?
Yes, and if you could even not give me an exact number, but if you, I would hope the district would have some idea
Yes,
what the ballpark is.
and we can get that for you.
Okay, we're back.
Okay. So in our Rule 1111 final environmental assessment, we estimated annual furnaces sold within the district to be 180,000 per year, which would roughly equate to a little bit more than 15,000 a month.
15,000.
It is 15,000 a month. Yeah. Math is hard.
That's a very.
Did that in his head, yeah.
I'm so glad you did that. Thank you. That's very helpful. Any other questions for Mr. Wang? As we all pull out our calculators. Okay. I don't see any other questions for Mr. Wang. Ms. Reichert, are you going to have any other witnesses?
No further witnesses.
Okay. Mr. Williamson, you said you had reserved the right. Do you wish to call anyone else?
No, no more witnesses.
Okay. Sorry, doing some calculations. So why don't we, while I do calculations,
3.6%.
thank you. That's very helpful. Okay. Board members, what I'm going to do then is open up to public comment, unless there's anything else we need from any other witnesses, and I'm seeing none. Okay. Two public witnesses who have put in speaker cards. Both of them represent, I believe, Carrier Corporation, and I'm going to call them, I have them in the order of Michael Springer and then Matthew Kaplan. Can we reverse that order? Sure, you can. And both will receive 3 minutes, but Mr. Kaplan, I don't believe we've seen you before, so if you could just state your name and spell it for the record, and tell us your title, and obviously you're here on behalf of Carrier, but and that you took the oath today when I administered it. Yes, please have that light on and talk into the microphone.
Yeah, hi, I'm Matthew Kaplan. I'm a partner at Tucker Ellis, outside counsel to Carrier Corporation. I did take the oath. I'm here to speak on Carrier's behalf in opposition to the order because the order that we have seen is illegal and it is unworkable. It is illegal because it has the effect of being a product variance. Under Health and Safety Code section 42452, you can't give an abatement order that has the effect of a product variance. And under the product variance terms, you can put the same flexibility on your order in terms of schedule and everything like that. That's 42353 gives the hearing board under a variance the same permission to put these standards in. And if you're going to establish a variance or an abatement order that has the equivalence of a variance, you need to meet all the factors of a variance. And the difference between a variance and an abatement order is the penalties, which we haven't been told and the board hasn't been told. One of the conditions the board can include is the penalties, and we don't know what they are. And we do know that if you're looking at a variance or any reasonable basis, that Howard has had ample opportunity to obtain product. The only time they contacted Carrier was the first time a week before their initial variance hearing. They waited to the variance hearing again last week to contact them and start negotiating as well. Mr. Springer will talk about how Carrier has made many proposals that Howard just says, we don't like those terms, and then asks more terms about. And they have refused the pricing. They've been offered the same pricing as every Carrier distributor on the same exact terms. They don't want them. They could be a sub-distributor and have product within days, but they don't want to be a sub-distributor because they offer some potential that, oh, warranties will go elsewhere. An abatement order is a temporary solution for a few months. They claim they're losing all their business when in reality they're just getting a little bit of a margin squeeze that they're not willing to take. And they are gambling that this board is going to give them a sell-through as a train stalking horse. Train filed a petition that they withdrew before the initial interim variance that Howard presented, because they are gambling, Howard, that you will let them do a sell-through of the entire 2,000 products that they've said a month ago or a few weeks ago they had over a 4-month period, and that's their gamble because they're refusing terms. Lennox would give them 1,000 units. They had opportunity, and it's not a question of all or nothing. It's a question of can they survive for the short period of time when the additional expenditure is going to be out there. And that's why it's unworkable. It's unworkable because paragraph 1A gives them every option to say, we don't like that term. We don't like that term. It doesn't require them to agree.
Thank you. If you can just stay up for a moment,
Sure.
if there are questions. Let me ask first, Ms. Reichart, if you have any questions for Mr. Kaplan.
No questions.
Mr. Williamson, do you have any questions for Mr. Kaplan?
I do. The first question, you claim that this is an illegal variance because Howard could seek a product variance to distribute these products. A product variance isn't available to a distributor, correct?
What I'm saying is that Howard could seek an actual variance, not just a product variance, and that this is a hidden product variance that's being pursued for all of these products. The manufacturer could seek a product variance, which they filed for and then withdrew when Howard came forward, or Howard themselves could apply for a general variance.
Okay, and you're aware that we were in front of this board for a variance hearing last month, correct?
For an interim variance, yes.
Certainly, and you're aware of the fact that the board found that a variance actually wouldn't grant Howard relief because it wouldn't apply up and down the supply chain to Howard Industries' distribution of non-compliant furnaces, correct?
I'm not aware of what the board found, but I'm sure the board's order states what the board found.
Okay. So you actually can't cite to any relief under the variance regulations for Howard Industries, can you?
Actually, I can. I can cite to Health and Safety Code, Section 42353.
So how would a product variance
Do I get to
work?
finish my
Sorry, go
answer,
ahead.
sir?
Go ahead.
I can cite to Health and Safety Code, Section 42353, which allows the board to place conditions on Howard.
Okay, so Howard, as a distributor and not a manufacturer, is not able to get a product variance, correct?
They're entitled to a normal variance,
Okay.
a non-product
And
variance.
this board at the last hearing found that a regular variance would not work for Howard Industries because it would not cover the product up and down the supply chain. So a regular variance is actually not available to Howard Industries in this situation.
I understand that you're testifying as to what you believe the board found. I am unaware of what the board found, and the board's order states for what the board found.
And again, I think we referenced the minute order will stand for itself there. Again, you testified that Howard Industries is just experiencing a margin squeeze. What's the basis of that statement? The factual basis of that statement?
Well, what I am saying is that Howard has claimed that they can't sell any product. Howard has available product that presumably is going to affect their margin and their lack of profitability because they've rejected pricing and alternative sources of supply that were available to them. Mr. Springer is going to be talking about the specific terms of the pricing, and we have emails that I think he's going to introduce where the negotiations with Howard, where Howard kept back and kept saying, well, answer this question, we don't want that. And so in any business, you get your product or your service and you sell it and you make margin on it. And obviously, if Mr. Howard doesn't want to sell the products that are available that comply with the law, there has to be a reason, and that has to be because he's going to lose money if he complies with the law.
Okay, and so if, pretend to this afternoon, Howard Industries were to agree to the current terms and pricing with Carrier, would you guys show up would Carrier show up tomorrow with compliant furnaces for Howard Industries to sell?
I'm sure, I'm Carrier's outside counsel. I do know that, and Mr. Spranger will attest to it, through their sub-distribution, they could have product virtually within a day, 2, 3, and through the distribution when it's provided. And I know that Mr. Spranger can talk more specifically about it.
But do you have any reason to refute the fact that this abatement order period would be necessary in order to allow for delivery of product to occur to Howard so that they could have compliant furnaces to sell to their customers?
Yes, because the law doesn't allow them to continue selling those products, and they're trying to get a special exception to the law that is available to no one else.
This avenue is available to everybody if they would so choose, but as we've discussed, the circumstances of Howard are quite unique. I have no more questions.
You mentioned you made statements with regard to rationales that were supposedly given for not reaching deal with Carrier by Howard Industries, not liking the terms, refusing pricing. What are you basing that on, or is that something we should ask Mr. Springer?
Well, I've seen the email exchange that Mr. Spranger has had with Mr. Martin, and I know that Mr. Spranger will get more specific about it, and obviously I don't want to disclose attorney-client communications.
Then I'll wait for Mr. Springer for that, for anything factual. Anyone else have questions? Mr. Balagopalan?
Mr. Kaplan, so short of coming to an agreement, it doesn't look like Howard is going to get Carrier's units to sell, compliant units, is that?
Well, I think, that's
Yeah. I mean, that's
essentially
given.
true, but that's up to Mr. Howard, whether he wants to accept, Mr. Martin, I'm sorry, whether or not he wants to accept the terms.
Okay.
And
And
that
let me-
is-
oh, I'm sorry, I should have rephrased that. Go ahead and finish it, sorry.
And I was going to say, that's the concern about the terms of the order being unworkable, because it gives all the discretion and all the power to Mr. Martin to just unilaterally decide.
Mr. Winter, Mr. Winter.
Why am
That's
I
okay.
apologize. My apologies, Mr. Winter. But it gives all the discretion to Mr. Winter or his company to decide that they will take the deal that's available or not, regardless of whether that's a term that's available to anyone else, regardless of whether Mr. Winter's competition is operating under those terms.
Okay. There's a question I meant to ask Mr. Wang, but I didn't, and I thought, but since you're an attorney, you may not know this. I'm wondering if Howard has the distribution, they're having difficulty because they don't have much of a network outside the basin to ship their products, units. I'm just wondering if, and maybe this is not the right question for you, but I'll just throw it out there since I started it, whether they, you have distributors all around the country, correct?
Well, I believe, yes, Carrier does have distributors all around the country.
And they potentially, they could work out something for you to unload their non-compliant units to the other areas if they can work out something?
Well, it is my understanding that some Carrier distributors, and that's why you don't see them applying here, is that their non-compliant product, they are selling outside the district, so it's a non-issue.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
I'm really trying to get my head around this. You supply to distributors like Howard Industries.
Correct.
Correct, okay. And obviously you have other distributors that you're presently supplying to. So why would you not want an additional distributor?
Well, we actually, and Mr. Springer can testify more to this, we do, when we offered him a distributor agreement. He was sent an agreement, he was sent pricing, he turned it down.
Okay, so you're saying then that he's utilizing this as a ploy to get a better price from Carrier?
No, I'm suggesting that this variance is a procedure that is designed to allow him to sell the inventory that he bought of non-compliant units in the district for the 2,000 units that he has, that he didn't plan for and has stuck in inventory that he should have planned for because he knew the deadline was coming, and he's looking for an out to get a sell-through that no one else gets. And he's going to get a competitive advantage because the pricing, and it's something that's important, on average to distributors from Carrier varies. If you're talking about entry-level condensing units, distributors for an ultra-low NOx are paying between $515 and $840 more per furnace, depending on the size and the model of the furnace. For non-condensing deluxe furnaces, distributors are paying between $615 and $760 more per unit in order to get, again, depending on supply or difference. Or for condensing units, the high-efficiency ones, the price difference is between basically $800 and $1,040, and that's a price advantage that Howard is going to have, so they can sell non-compliant units and no one else can compete. And the mitigation fee that has been proposed of $300, or roughly $300 to $400, is not $1,000. And regardless of rebates and the unknown penalties, Howard is getting a competitive advantage to continue for 4 or 5 months to sell units that do not comply with the law if the abatement order is granted, and without complying with the showings required to get a product variance or a non-product variance under Health and Safety Code 42353.
However, aren't you making an assumption that only Howard Industries is in that position of having those non-compliant furnaces? Do you know for a fact that there are no other distributors within this district that do not also have non-compliant furnaces?
I imagine there's quite a few.
Okay, but you don't know for a fact.
I imagine there's quite a few distributors who have non-compliant furnaces.
That wasn't my question. My question was, do you know for a fact?
I do not have personal knowledge of it, but the fact of the matter is that lots of distributors and lots of furnaces, everyone but Howard, is feeling a little bit of pain in order to comply with Rule 1111. Just as one of the hearing board members made a joke that, gosh, I hope I don't have to replace a furnace soon. People are suffering because of a change that was decided by the actual board to clean up the air. And that pain is something that Howard is not looking to share while they have to wait for their supplier to come up with ultra-low NOx product.
No further questions.
I had a question. You were talking about that it's your opinion that this order would be illegal. Is that based on Health and Safety Code 42452 with regard to form of the order, which says, the order, meaning an order for abatement, shall not have the effect of permitting a variance unless all the conditions for a variance, including limitation of time, are met?
Correct.
Okay. Any other basis?
No, that's it. The statute you just cited specifically says if it's going to have the effect of a variance, you've got to meet the showings of a variance. And this order is going to have the effect of a variance.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Kaplan? Yes, Senator does.
And the chairman's been saying all morning to me, they have to make that showing.
Correct.
Well, they're in the process of doing it.
Well,
They're in the
no.
process of doing it.
No, they are not. This is an order for abatement proceeding,
know, but
not a variance proceeding.
I know.
Right or wrong, and we'll deliberate, the argument is,
It was about-
it has the effect of a variance
yeah,
without the showing of a variance. That's the argument.
All right. Well, anyway, what's your name again?
It's Matthew Kaplan, Mr. Kaplan.
Okay, but this guy Springer, you don't know him.
He'll be speaking next.
I do know him.
You'll be
hearing from him when
in
I'm
a
done.
minute.
Same company you work for?
He's my client. He works for Carrier. I'm his outside counsel.
Oh, I see. So somebody's here asking for something.
Yeah, Mr. Spranger, as soon as I'm done, we'll be able to answer those questions.
Okay, then the next question is, you made a statement that Howard was not willing to accept a practice of competing with their distributors unless you become a sub-distributor.
Well, that's,
You heard about it. The question was put to him before by Lennox, would you want to become a sub-distributor?
Yeah, I heard Mr. Winter say that he did not want to become a sub-distributor because he believed that would have impacted his position.
He said he'd be in competition with his distributors.
Well, he's already in competition
That's what
with the
he-
other distributors.
Well, is Carrier a distributor also?
Carrier sells to distributors.
They
who
sell to distributors?
Right, who
They
compete
sell-
with Mr. Winter's business.
Do they sell to installers?
I believe they do have some direct, I'm not 100% sure, against Mr. Stringer, could say, let you know if they sell direct, but they do sell through distributors who then sell to installers. So some of Carrier's distributors compete with Mr. Winter's business, but Carrier is always looking for more distributors, which is why they've offered Mr. Winter the opportunity to become a distributor.
Which makes him in competition with,
No different than he is already. He just will have Carrier's product to sell in addition to other product.
okay, you also said that Howard turned down the offer of accepting 1,000 furnaces. You
From
said
Lennox, that's what I understand, yes.
that, but you don't know that to be a fact.
Well, I've
It's
heard
not,
a
this is
test.
not, this is Carrier. Mr. Kaplan represents
I know,
Carrier.
but he was in the room here when we had a discussion. There's evidence where Howard said that, okay, I'll take that deal, but give me the 1,000 right now.
Correct. I did hear him say that today, and I also watched the hearing a month ago and the other day where Lennox said they had 1,000 available. So that's up to Lennox to answer the question as to whether or not they're willing to sell to him or not. I understand they are.
Well, when I asked the question to the person, public person speaking, will you sell it to him? And he said, that's a business decision, I can't make that. So, I mean, I don't, just don't clog the issues, is what I'm saying.
I'm not
It doesn't-
intending to. I
doesn't help me.
apologize if I have.
It doesn't help me anything when you do that.
Right.
When you do that, it doesn't help me.
I understand. I apologize if I did cloud the issues.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Kaplan? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kaplan. Let's call Mr. Springer, who I believe at this point knows the drill.
Unfortunately. Hi, I'm Mike Springer. I've taken the oath, Sprenger. I am an employee of Carrier Corporation. Matt got to play bad cop because we don't agree with this abatement procedure. We do feel that if something doesn't happen between Howard Industries and Carrier, we really are at, in many ways, the whim, and it provides that, essentially that sell-through that all my other distributors don't have. Jeff, we would sell to you today, that our offer still stands. We offered the sub-distribution, which you didn't like. We then had email exchanges again, where frankly we were making progress, and the offer still stands. The pricing that you were provided, the quote pricing yesterday from Tom Archer, is the same pricing we give to all of our distributors for ultra-low NOx. You'd be a full distributor of the air cold. I think it's, I apologize now, I can't keep my, AirQuest, there we go. On the AirQuest line, you would be our 8th distributor in the district. That still stands. The concern is that if it doesn't get done, right? I understand from Tom Archer, who's our director of sales, that you didn't like our pricing because it couldn't meet the air cold or Lennox pricing. I can give you the same, but I can't give you any better deal than all my current distributors. The concern is if this doesn't happen today, again, we have a situation where, or not, if this doesn't happen between the two of us in terms of companies, it provides an opportunity using this process that other distributors just simply don't have. They're also feeling pain. They're trying to deal with fewer models. They had to get rid of all their inventory. Goodman's distributors and dealers had to do the same, and they only have 2 models, I think it is, available. So it really, you talk about clogging the process. This does clog that process if we allow that to happen. It provides a scenario that in many ways doesn't make sense. we're in a very tough position, because on the one hand, we're saying we'll gladly sell to you, on the other hand, we're saying it's illegal, and we are opposing exactly what Mr. Winter wants to do to try to protect his business. I understand what you're trying to do. It puts all of our, not only gives a competitive advantage to Train, who didn't come out with a product, but hurts all of my current distributors as well.
Thank you. Ms. Reichert, you have questions?
Thank you. When did you first send the distribution agreement to Mr. Winter?
It was either Thursday or, no, it was not Thursday. It was either Friday or Saturday, I think.
Okay.
I think. So there have been 2 rounds of discussions, really. The first round was before the interim variance hearing. The second round was started 1 week ago yesterday. It was after we had spoken that then I received the email from Mr. Winter, and then frankly, it was like, it was crazy.
Okay.
So I can't blame Jeff for not having an opportunity to fully review it.
But it wasn't yesterday. I think he testified that he first saw it yesterday, but it was before
He may
that?
have first seen it yesterday. I believe Mr. Winter, I'm sorry, testified that he had received it earlier, but it missed it in the flow of trying to get ready. So I sent him another email last night saying, it was basically a courtesy, like, hey, here's another copy.
Okay.
I sent him a redlined and a clean.
And is this the standard distribution agreement you use with distributors in the basin?
Yes, so it is our standard distributor agreement for all IC branded products. We have 2 primary residential divisions. We call it CBP, which is Carrier Bryant Payne, and then we have ICP that has a number of brands. The AirQuest is an ICP brand, so there's an ICP distributor agreement. I sent Mr. Winter our standard. I also sent him, I had only made a couple of changes, and I think the only material change was that it was not a 2-year agreement, because frankly, we don't really know each other. It was designed as until American Standard got their ultra low NOx products done, but I'd love to take business from American Standard, and if we decide to do business.
So it's your testimony that it's meant to be a short term, but you are open to continuing the relationship if it goes well?
But we didn't, we didn't want to have a scenario of forcing ourselves into a 2-year relationship, because typically there's a longer period where we're getting to know each other and whatnot, and we really, frankly, have never done business. He's been a long-term American Standard distributor.
Understood. How long from the moment you receive an order from, if you were to enter into an agreement, and he's placed an order, how long would it take you to have product in his warehouse?
Yep, so we wanted to be very open. It is not immediate. We have product. We have product available. I checked this morning and said, okay, if he ordered him, we said 4 to 6 weeks, because the product is being made essentially to order. We also weren't planning on a new distributor. So it is about a 4 to 6 week process. At this point, we do not have a gigantic inventory built up, but we could certainly get him product. But it would be a 4 to 6 weeks as a direct relationship. Sub-distribution would be quicker, but putting that aside, it would be about 4 to 6 weeks.
I'm sorry, did you say 4 to 6 weeks?
Weeks.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
did you say you could start getting product to him before that, but 4 to 6 weeks? Okay, 4 to 6 weeks for any product.
If he is a direct distributor of ours, it would be 4 to 6 weeks for ultra low NOx furnaces. If we certainly have other product, not in terms of non-compliant, but you would have matching air conditioners, air handlers, and whatnot. But frankly, I would think it wouldn't matter.
4 to 6 weeks, okay. I just wanted to be clear on that.
My statement was sub-distribution. If he decided to buy through Sigler, our current distributor, or I believe Baker is another one of our distributors that has offered to sell to Mr. Winter, they could get the product quicker, but that's not direct.
Okay, thank you.
So let's talk about the sub-distribution agreement. So it sounds like you have 2 distributors that have expressed openness to entering into.
Yeah, so we have many, I think it's 6 other distributors. When we first heard from Mr. Winter, it was a few weeks prior to his interim variance hearing. We looked at it and we thought sub-distribution would make sense. Our agreement with our distributors prohibits sub-distribution, but we contacted Sigler, who we have our best relationship with in the district, and said, would you sub-distribute to Howard Industries? They said they would. We would agree to waive the condition, and we offered a different brand, the Payne-branded ultra-low NOx products at that point.
Okay, and so, under a sub-distribution agreement, we heard some testimony regarding warranty support and technical support. Can you kind of describe what the relationship would be between Howard, Sigler, and Carrier in that aspect?
Kinda. Jeff, Mr. Winter, sorry, brought up some questions that were legitimate in terms of how would I get my warranty support if he had a warranty claim. If he had a warranty claim, typically our warranty claims go through our distributors. So it would essentially force him to work within Sigler in large part. Replacement products as well, but he could still get them, but there certainly are, it's not ideal. I mean, the question is ideal versus hardship, but it's not ideal. We would not have an agreement with Howard Industries in a sub-distribution arrangement. So we would still be selling to Sigler in a sub-distribution arrangement. At that, we had offered to Mr. Winter to, if he was interested, to contact us, that we would introduce him to Sigler. We didn't want to get involved in pricing in terms of trying to set pricing for what the distributor wanted. I had a conversation with, I don't remember his name. It was one of the principals of Sigler, who said, we'll work with him, so just have him give us a call. But as for what that work with him would be, we never got to that point. Mr. Winter said that wouldn't work for him.
So, in terms of the warranty and technical support, if they were going to the distributor, would that cause a delay in warranty?
I don't know. My impression was the biggest concern was essentially having to provide information to ultimately a competitor.
Like what kind of information?
So if Howard was a sub-distributor of Sigler, Sigler's a competitor ultimately. So if Howard Industries has a warranty claim, he's essentially providing information into Howard Industries to help that warranty claim. Okay, now it's customer information, maybe it's dealer information.
I see.
That was my understanding. I mean, Mr. Winter could answer more on exactly what his concerns are, but that was my perception. And so that was the Sigler side. We never reached out to Baker. We actually learned that through Baker. They're another one of our distributors who contacted us, is aware of this whole piece, and said, well, I'll call him, I'll sell to him. They have a different product. I believe the brand is Tempstar. That's another ICP brand.
Okay. So, if you were to keep the negotiations going on the distribution directly through you, would you also still be open to, say, as a stopgap measure, them having a sub-distribution agreement with one of those other entities?
Yeah, and it wouldn't even be a sub-distribution agreement with us. That was actually my first thought, is to get it done as quickly as possible, that we wouldn't have to negotiate an agreement. Just go to Sigler.
Right.
And it's a very unique, I don't know if they would even require an agreement or not. I haven't talked to them, we never got to that point. But the offer still stands. I mean, I assume, I haven't talked to Sigler, but I assume they would still sell them product.
But my question was, would they be able to do both? Like, do a sub-distribution agreement, say, until they could get product from you?
Yeah, there's no objection. And the ICP, in this scenario, isn't exclusive. It's not set up that we would say, we're going to take advantage, and during this short period of time, haha, now you can't sell anything else. Whether our relationship even continued over that period or not, that the ICP does not require Mr. Winter or his company to be exclusive to us.
So you would, just to expand upon that, so once American Standard, if they got one or two products available, but they didn't have a full line, they'd perhaps be able to continue to sell some of your products and some of the American
Not
Standard?
usually done, because, you know, a distributor will have a comfort level with a certain manufacturer, and the manufacturers have certain comfort levels too. It's a little odd, but yeah, we have no issue with it. We'd have to, again, we're kind of playing this as we go, but I mean, we would stipulate to that. That's not an issue.
How long, in your experience, does it take to negotiate a distribution agreement?
The answer is it depends. And it depends, frankly, the CBP, the Carrier Bryant side, and the ICP side tend to be very different. Our agreements are relatively standard. We don't negotiate much in terms of whether it's indemnification or the warranties provided. And on the ICP side, we usually just get them back. They come back signed. It usually takes us a while, but there's no changes. It's just a matter of getting the DocuSign, give us the document. CBP, sometimes it's a little bit more.
But that's a
totally
that's a
separate,
different section.
yeah.
Okay. And I just had one question. Well, I don't know. I always have a.
Don't say that, yeah.
I know, I say the last question and then it's not. So, you mentioned quote pricing
Yes.
in your, can you discuss what that is versus any other kind of pricing?
Yeah, so I initially screwed up. I do not know pricing very well of our company, and I'm, you know, in trying to work with Mr. Winter, it really kind of pushes my comfort zone on the business side. I initially provided what we call our area price to Howard Industries, and actually Jeff seemed to know that. He wrote me back and said, "Is this area price?" So there is a difference. The area price is almost like our standard price. You can sell it, no conditions, no nothing. The quote price is typically more, it is almost always, per the market. So you have a price, and then you have, each distributor is responsible for providing competitive pricing information at which we can then say, if we choose, okay, we will meet competition to go to a price. We have a quote price, and since we're in the district, it's essentially, we are viewing it as one ultra-low NOx piece. So we have a quote price for the different models that would apply to all of our distribution.
And so the pricing that you quoted, Howard, was that quote pricing that's specific to the location, to the market?
Yes, that was given by Mr. Archer last night over
Okay.
the phone. We tried to get, I was actually sitting in the room, and we were trying yesterday and trying to get a call together, and we missed each other. So I just asked Mr. Winter to call Tom Archer, and so he gave him that information over the phone.
And that pricing is the same for all of the other distributors that sell?
Exactly, yeah. And he would, as a distributor, he would also have, you know, we want training, we want to get in there, we have brochures, we have, all of those marketing materials. That can all be done within that 4-week time frame. It's, it's not easy, but we can do it.
And how precise is that 4 to 6 week time frame? Is 6 weeks the for sure?
Yeah, that's the outside.
Okay.
What we didn't feel was fair was to put Howard Industries in front of our current distributors that we do business with. So we weren't willing to say, I'm going to expedite Howard and put them at the front of the line. We weren't willing to do that. We could certainly be quicker than 4 weeks if we did that, but the 4 to 6 weeks is unless the president shuts down the border again, or we have, some other things like that, I don't anticipate any issues.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williamson, questions
Yeah,
for Mr. Springer?
Mr. Springer, you heard Mr. Winter's testimony about the current or lack thereof operations of his business, correct?
Yes.
And he's had a 92% reduction in sales in the month of October thus far?
I did hear that, yes.
And in the month of October, he's only sold 41 furnaces?
Yes.
And that challenge that he's going to have operating his business even under this order, given the mitigation fee and the penalty on top of that mitigation fee, correct?
I don't know what the penalty is.
But you heard Mr. Winter
hear him.
testify
Yeah, I
about
was
the
here.
difficulty. I mean, isn't that the incentive to enter into, you're concerned that he's going to get this order and he's going to just willy-nilly turn down offers from manufacturers? He has a huge incentive to negotiate with you. He is coming into negotiations with Carrier with, I was jokingly referring with him about the Monty Python scene with the knight and his arms and legs are cut off. He has no leverage here. Isn't that his incentive to enter into a negotiation in good faith and find a source of ultra-low NOx furnaces?
I would have thought that, but frankly, I would have thought that when his interim was coming up and he didn't want a sub-distribution arrangement, he could have gotten products then. I also, after Howard Industries' interim variance was denied, we didn't hear from him. In fact, we didn't hear from Howard at all until after I talked to Mary, and presumably Mary spoke to Mr. Winter or sent an email. So I would think so, but that's my concern, that whether it's setting up for Lennox, whether it's, you know what, I've already have a gigantic investment in 2,000 low NOx products that I can't sell. I don't know if Trane is going to take them back or not, or Ingersoll Rand, sorry. So, yes, the answer is I certainly would have thought that, but I have been thinking that all along.
And I guess you seem to be doubting or questioning Mr. Winter, his negotiation style here, but he has no previous relationship with Carrier, right?
That's exactly right.
This is all new information, new pricing information to him, correct? And this is a new distribution agreement that he's never seen before, right?
Yes, certainly.
Do you typically just get an agreement and pricing from somebody and say, where do I sign, go? Or do you typically engage in some sort of negotiation over that contract? I mean, you're a lawyer, I think, by trade, aren't you?
That is correct.
Okay.
Well, you talk about an extreme problem for your client. I haven't seen the distribution agreement back. I'm trying, I mean, I'm responding at all hours of the night to your client. And the fact is, I am concerned. I want to sell to Howard Industries. One, I want to sell. And two is this procedure, frankly. And yes, I would think there would be some thought process on it. But many of the obstacles that Howard Industries is talking about here today and at the interim are a result of the fact that there's two sets of communications, one a few weeks before an interim hearing and another 1 week before this hearing. And I have distributors and dealers in the exact same situation, or sorry, that's not true. I don't have a distributor in the exact same situation as you that can't move product. They can move it out of the district. But I am concerned. I mean, that's part of, frankly, why we're trying to expedite. Anytime you expedite, you have concerns. But, you know, I didn't make Mr. Winter sign an NDA. I just asked that he represent that he would keep the information confidential before he opened an attachment as an effort to try to move it faster. And so I understand his questions, but he's in a very difficult spot. But what I don't want for my client, for Carrier, is to have a situation where the negotiations fail or they fall apart, and now I've put my current distributors and current dealers at a disadvantage in my mind because of this process.
And we appreciate this. This isn't a question, but just a closing remark. I mean, as you heard Jeff testify to today, he is very interested in a deal with Carrier.
And we'd still sell to you.
And based on that, I have a statement to make, board members. We're hearing a lot between these two companies, and it sounds in some ways very promising. A lot of concerns have been raised about, in my mind, about problems we may face if we were to make a decision today. I have a suggestion. My suggestion is we continue this hearing. We do not make a decision to grant or deny. If we are to grant this today, that gives, in some ways, it may give Howard Industries an advantage. I can't say how, this is up to them and who has leverage in negotiations with Carrier. If we were to deny it, that may give Carrier an advantage in negotiations. Negotiations would not be level. We heard testimony from Mr. Winters that it could take a day to review the agreement and 1 to 2 days to negotiate. I don't know if that would end up being the case, but if we were to continue this to Tuesday to see what might happen between these two entities, at that point, we could have a different situation where we're not looking at something till February. We might be looking for something just until that inventory could be available for sale by Howard. That's my suggestion, and I like to hear from other board members.
The stipulated order really rejects that concept. Stipulated order specifically states that Howard Industry is held accountable for seeking out or trying to find a manufacturer to give them a contract. And they have to report to the district, give status report, how well they're doing in that regard. That's what it says.
And there are some concerns with it.
Well, that's between the two of them.
Well, again, I don't want to, my suggestion is that we don't deliberate today. Rather, we continue to Tuesday, which has one matter on it, but we would have time for this matter as well. And at that time, we hear first what has gone on between these two entities and whether we have more information as to whether Howard Industries may or may not have compliant product to sell.
In my view, it's not the prerequisite of the board to require the two parties to come together.
Not requiring anything.
Well,
waiting
that's
to
what
see
you're
what
saying.
happens.
See how much progress they're making by next Tuesday.
That's
They're
what I
saying-
suggest.
Well, they heard that statement, which is saying, you guys go out and do some negotiation, come back and let me know Tuesday to what extent you negotiate successfully. Well, the order says that, and I think that they're not giving a time frame like next Tuesday in the order. So, we've done so much for others. This is not fair in my view.
Well, okay, I'm not sure what you're saying. I'm saying we don't make a decision today. I have a lot of issues with the decision today, but.
Well, then you can always vote no.
Yeah, we continue. Okay, board members, I'd like to hear from other board members as well.
Madam Chair?
Sorry.
Yes.
Shall I sit down?
Okay.
Sorry, you had questions.
I thought I might be able to move it along, but okay, let's ask questions. Mr.
I would
Velagopoulos.
like to hear from the two parties, because this is, we're throwing it on them, whether they're willing to sit down and negotiate and come back on Tuesday.
I have no objection.
That's another 5 days of us not selling furnaces. I mean, we tried to get a hearing on this a week ago. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it work, so that's hard for us, very difficult.
Okay, does anyone else have questions for Mr. Springer? Okay, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Mr. Springer, they are not your competitor, correct?
They are a competitor, they are a company that sells competing products, but we are not a distributor, so in that respect, we're not competitors, but
Okay.
they would probably
All right.
view us as a competitor.
Okay, and in that light, all of their competitors, why aren't they here complaining about the fact that they may be not getting as fair of a deal as what you're perceiving that they are getting?
I don't know.
Because
I
this has
don't-
been well noticed as far as within the industry, and having worked with so many HVAC contractors, I know how competitive they are, and whoever can get a leg up in an area, I'm well aware of that. But as a distributor, I'm wanting to understand why there are no other complainers about what the stipulated order would be?
I have no insight into what distributors might be thinking. Our distributors have product as for any other American Standard or trained distributors? I don't know if there are any, but if there are, or Goodman, I really don't know.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Springer? Thank you, Mr. Springer.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. I'd like to hear from the attorneys before we have closing. Well, first of all, is there any other member of the public who did not put in a speaker card who wishes to be heard? Okay, I see none. I have concerns, and so I'd like to hear from the attorneys. It's a legal matter, and the matter has to do with Health and Safety Code 42452, form of the order, and that is for an order for abatement. And it is correct that it says, the order shall not have the effect of permitting a variance unless all the conditions for a variance, including limitation of time, are met, okay? And I did raise this issue, and I said I'll have to grapple with it during deliberations. The manufacturer, what it seems is being requested takes the form, in my mind, tell me how I am wrong, of a product variance. Understood, it's only to one distributor, but it takes the form of a product variance. How is that? How do we get around that limitation on a form of order?
So I did this awkwardly through cross-examination, but I'll try to do it more directly with you, this isn't a product variance because Howard cannot file for a product variance. So it is not the form of a product variance because...
Effective form.
But so what that reading is saying is that Howard Industries has no relief in this situation, right?
Oh, I'll let you argue because if you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. But Howard Industries cannot file a product variance. It cannot force other people in the supply chain to file a regular variance in order to be covered by a variance that it would get, as we talked about at length during the last variance hearing. And so we're left in a situation where Howard has no variance option for it to file. And so its only option here is to file an order for abatement. In fact, we talked about that and I appreciate it's been a month, but we talked about that at the last variance hearing, is that this was the only option that was available because an order for abatement is more flexibility as far as who can file and what it will apply to. And I'll tell you a couple of thoughts and then just get your final thoughts on that. But I can think of one past matter that we heard as a board, and it had to do with a reopening of a facility. I won't go into detail, even though it's a past matter. It was done through order for abatement. Order for abatements are supposed to be a violator coming into compliance, bringing them into compliance, not having the effect of allowing something that would not otherwise be allowed except through variance and all the six findings that are necessary for a variance. So I voted against that for that reason, using 42452 and feeling that it isn't proper to use an order for abatement for variance relief. So if now saying that, if you have any other thoughts, and then I wanted to hear from Ms. Reichard as well.
Again, we talked about this briefly during the interim variance hearing, is that the board certainly has in the past, and it's not improper for the board to issue an order for abatement where a party is not yet in violation, but where that violation is imminent, such as here. Is that not the question?
No, that wasn't it. It's more. It's phrased in terms of aiding and assisting and helping a respondent as opposed to a petitioner to not have to comply with a particular rule, which sounds a lot like a variance, which would require 6 findings, which we are not going to be making today. And my reading of the Health and Safety Code form of order, which we just read, is that orders for abatement should not have that form and effect of, not form, but effect of a variance unless the variance findings are found. Not whether there is a violation or there will be a violation, but rather than saying, here is someone who either is or is going to be in violation, let's bring them back into, and it's a form of punishment almost, versus something that is sought after, which is a variance.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you read the terms of the order for abatement, right, what we are doing is we are setting conditions in order to get Howard Industries into a compliant position. We have set up the requirements that they continue these negotiations, that they're going to reduce inventory, stop sales, et cetera. So it is a traditional order for abatement in that sense. I mean, I appreciate your point, but all orders for abatement have a component of them that are, you can continue to operate under the terms of this order, but there are ongoing compliance issues in the background. So I mean, I'm not certain I'm going where you're going with why this is.
I'm appreciating, you're looking at it as it's not taking the form of a variance. Ms. Reichart, if I can hear from you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've struggled with how to articulate my thoughts on this. On the one hand, I think one of counsel's arguments is that there could be no variance relief, which this board has not considered the regular variance. So we don't know what this board would determine as to the 6 findings, because we only were looking at good cause last time. So I don't know. I don't think any of us know for sure what the result of that would be if we would encounter the same supply chain issues that were raised as far as good cause. I don't believe that this acts as a variance, though, in that, for one thing, you know, I understand the chair's complaint that we're looking at violations going forward, but that's always what happens with an order for abatement. Somebody's in violation, continuing to be in violation, and they're going to have ongoing violations. And the difference typically is that there's penalties associated with it. So, you know, in terms of what would be the best way to go about something like this, our perspective has been that we'd prefer to have, in a situation such as this, the ability to impose penalties rather than giving them a blanket opportunity to violate going forward if they were to come before you for a variance. Further, I think that how it impacts the other portions of the supply chain aren't necessarily part of the analysis here, because this really has to do with Howard's violations, and I don't think that's a prerequisite to the findings. Yeah, those are my thoughts on that.
Sure.
Senator.
And we've approved orders before, but in the language we always state, this approval does not constitute a variance.
Understood, but my issue is in the health and safety code, it doesn't say you're not to grant a variance as an order, it's not to take the effect of. So my question is why this is not effectively a variance.
It does not, they're saying, just double talk. The fact of the matter is, this order approved does not constitute a variance or the effects of a variance.
Right, you're reading it differently.
We say it all the time. So, you know, this is just another cloud on the issue.
Senator, I don't appreciate that. I'm simply reading what the health and safety code is, and as an attorney, I'm giving my interpretation of it.
No, just what the attorney said. I'm not talking about you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Then we'll turn to closings, I think, and we'll begin with Ms. Reichart, even though we started that way.
Yes, we went back and forth. Thank you. I think that I will tell you it's been a difficult journey with this particular entity. As the board knows, we've been trying to figure out a way to move forward in such a way that does not impact those manufacturers and distributors who have been working, well, the manufacturers have been working hard to get compliant product in the market, and the distributors who are faced with maybe limited supply of compliant product. And it is our goal to have only compliant products in the market. That is 100% what we want to accomplish. But as an agency, our mission is always balanced by trying to ensure that we're not putting businesses out of business, that we're not creating a situation where it's unfair due to extenuating circumstances. And it has really taken us a long time to parse out the details of this particular case and the circumstances herein. So the district tried to figure out a way to add more teeth to the requirement that they negotiate with manufacturers to get compliant products. And I couldn't figure out a way to put in a more specific requirement that would not be forcing two entities to somehow enter into an agreement. So I understand the concern, and I felt it, and I tried, and I just felt that it extended beyond what I could reasonably ask, or what we could reasonably ask this board to impose in terms of forcing some sort of a business relationship, especially without knowing the actual terms and requirements. So it was a bit of a give and take, and I don't know that this is the perfect mechanism here, and maybe maybe a regular variance would have been better, or some other mechanism would have been better, or some other terms would have been better, but this was the best that we came up with. We've tried to add in some terms to address some concerns. We did want to include the mitigation fee explicitly with the board, because it seemed like that was a concern based on the knowledge and experience from the interim product variances. And typically in orders for abatement, we keep the penalty section separate because that's not relevant for the board's consideration. But we did want to include that so that the board could feel comfortable that at a minimum, they would have to be paying that mitigation fee. And then with the rebate program, which was testified to, we're looking at a difference of between $300, with just the mitigation fee plus the rebate, of $300 and $950 in terms of those prices. So we're hoping that creates enough of a disincentive to continue selling these products and trying to work towards getting compliant units. I personally am open to any additional language if the board feels is necessary. I'd be willing to consider it and discuss it with opposing counsel. If you think there's something else to add more teeth into this order. But as I mentioned, I thought that this was the best balance that we could come up with. So with that, I hope the board finds good cause to issue the order. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask for Mr. Williamson's closing. One thought that I had that would mimic in some ways the suggestion I just had before is to have a much earlier return to this board. So at that time we could consider, because I'll say in my deliberations why I think that's important. So Mr. Williamson, I don't know if you want to take a moment to talk with Mr. Winters, or if you want to address that in your close.
I mean,
Mr. Chair.
what are you thinking of?
I'm sorry.
Status?
That is
Come early.
correct,
Come
because
Okay.
my thought is I don't want to give leverage to a manufacturer who Howard Industry might on their own negotiate with. Again, we don't want to force negotiations, as Ms. Reichert said, and I don't want to give leverage to a manufacturer. I don't want to give leverage to Howard. And so, if we're not going to continue this, I'd like to have a return I'd like to consider as a board having a return much quicker so we could hear what happened.
So are you thinking like a couple weeks,
How
2-3
soon would that be,
weeks?
Madam Chair, for you?
I think that's the same question.
It is.
Currently, the requested status is December 17th, and that, in my mind, is way too long. December 17th.
Well, I'm already here on November 14th.
I was looking at November 14th, but I would even,
Something sooner?
I would even say November 5th, where we don't have any hearings.
That is, I'd be okay with that date.
Then we'd have to have your alternate. We'd have to have your alternate sit in.
I cannot do the 5th. I can do later, I can do the 7th of that week.
How about the 6th? Oh, 7th?
Yeah, 5th and 6th are totally booked for me,
November?
sorry. November,
It's already here.
it is.
Do we,
The 7th is fine.
I think we have the wrong, no, we have a regular product variance for Howard Industries?
On the
Oh, we already
7th?
had that on calendar.
Oh, we already have that on calendar.
A regular product variance. Regular product variance.
It shouldn't be a regular product variance. It should just be a regular variance.
Regular.
It might have been misnoted.
It was. Yes, we do. We're already on calendar for the 7th. Why don't we say the 7th?
Yeah. The 7th works for us if it works for the board.
And for Ms.
Yes, it works for me.
Okay. Again, we haven't voted or deliberated, but regular variance,
Correct.
not a product
Not a
variance,
regular product.
which is very confusing. We've been hearing a lot of product variances in this arena.
What about the stipulated order? What's your position on that?
Okay, well, that's why I asked him for that before his
That good
closing.
cause exists and the board should grant the order, no. Do you want to move on to closing or?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So a couple issues that came up late in the discussion today. The first obviously being the incentives and whether this order provides enough incentives for Howard Industries to engage in these discussions with the other OEMs with ultra-low NOx. I almost just said engines because I've been watching the the product variance hearings. Furnaces. The conditions here were reducing the inventory significantly. As Mr. Winter testified to, we're talking about over a 50% reduction in inventory, reduction in sales, but most importantly, we're talking about a very significant penalty. We've split it up into mitigation fee and a penalty component, but we're paying above what the previous mitigation fee is, and no other furnaces that are being sold in the district are going to have that fee. So that is one arm behind the back, and the second arm that's being tied behind the back is the $500 rebate that is being provided by the district for ultra-low NOx furnaces. So the testimony today, and I think Mr. Winter went through it quite succinctly, is this is not far from ideal business situation for Howard Industries to be in. They don't want to be here seeking the order for abatement. They don't want to be operating under the conditions of the order for abatement. As soon as Howard Industry can enter into a viable distribution agreement with a OEM who has ultra-low NOx furnaces, they are going to do so. I don't necessarily, I don't agree with the underlying tone of the carrier public testimony that Howard Industries engaging in negotiation somehow reflects bad faith on the part of Howard Industries. This is a new business arrangement, and to expect Howard to not negotiate the terms of a long-term, or even, I guess this is a couple months, half year, maybe even 2-year distribution agreement, that just seems natural and would be expected in a situation like this. And again, the testimony was clear here that they are operating in a very difficult business environment. We all know that based on the testimony today and the testimony you've heard all week, that this is a very competitive business. And so the purpose of this order for abatement is to allow Howard to continue to operate while they are aggressively pursuing these various other options. We heard testimony that there have been some delays in the negotiations with Lennox, but Howard Industries is committed to following up with Linux on a regular basis. We have been, we will continue to do so. I guess I could speak to this now because there was testimony about it, but I have been in regular communications with representatives of Linux and will continue to be in communications with them in pursuit of an agreement. And again, the NDA with Goodman, and we're agreeing to reach out to the parties who even haven't shown interest anymore. Howard Industries is not going to operate profitably under this order for abatement. This is not a windfall for Howard Industries. It allows them to continue to operate. It allows them to continue to employ the 75 employees, most of them long-term, who have worked there. It allows for this family business that has been open for 60 years under 3 generations to continue to service and try to win back the customers that it has lost over the course of the last 4 weeks. And so weighing the evidence that we've heard today, I think, and would argue and put towards the board that there's a good cause to issue the order, and we would ask that you do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, did you want to begin?
I really
sorry.
apologize. Could we have a very brief break just so I could go to the bathroom?
Yeah,
I'm
we do have,
so
we do have
sorry.
one other matter. I really didn't want to
I know,
go
but
past
we
4
don't even,
today.
I mean, if like we could just
Yes.
limit it to bathroom breaks.
Please,
I'm so sorry.
no, bathroom break.
Are you gonna support these guys? You gotta speak up, man. They can get 3 votes, that's all we need.
I didn't feel like there was any comment to be made on that. I didn't feel like there was any comment from you. I had any questions or comments on that.
I'll make a motion, you vote in a second. Give me a second.
First, we're gonna have deliberation, right?
No more.
They have a matter on the calendar coming up next.
Then let him come up next, then, that's okay. But not now.
No, Is it a full break? No. No.
Okay.
Always fast.
Are we ready?
Okay, we're back on the record. Senator, you wanted to begin deliberation.
Yes. At the interim variance hearing, we seem to have a lapse in memory. At that hearing, statements were made by both the district and Howard Industry that they were in negotiation to try to work out a resolution to the problem. Howard Industry stated, and so did the district, that they were going to talk about an abatement order. And then, but they were working toward that end. But they could not issue an abatement order or get involved in it until they were in violation. And so, but during that time, Howard Industry went out and got an attorney. And on the advice of the attorney, they discontinued that discussion based on my recollection at that point in time. And therefore, we had the hearing on the interim violation, interim variance. So I would say to you that they put forth a good faith effort to make that happen before the attorney came aboard. And now we had a more extensive discussion again, all morning, all day on this issue. And we got to get a resolution. If we had to come back for a status report early, so be it. But I said then it was not fair. Today I know it's not fair in terms of the way this has been pushed around, in my view. So if you want to hear a motion, I'll make it.
No, I'd like to deliberate first.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
may I?
Dr. Burns.
I've been relatively silent, which is unusual for me today. However, in my deliberation is as follows. We have a very unique situation here on many different levels. First of all, we have a sole source supply chain. So what we're dealing with at the center of it all is the economics and the politics that are involved in the supply chain. We have a petitioner who's come before us with regards to a stipulated, I'm sorry,
Be careful. They're not a petitioner. Are you talking about the facility?
not a petitioner, okay. So a
Again,
respondent,
if you're
pardon
going
me.
to make the argument for an order, be careful not to be phrasing it as a variant.
Okay.
We understand
I
that,
meant a
too.
respondent, pardon me. Rookie mistake. Anyway, the punchline is this, in my mind, the respondent has made more than a good faith effort in attempting to come into a contractual arrangement with other manufacturers so that they can distribute product. What we're doing here is we've come forth with a findings and decision of the hearing board regarding this stipulated abatement order and ascribed mitigation and penalties, taking into consideration the rebate with the ultra-low NOx manufacturers for that particular furnace. It seems to me that we've leveled the playing field with regards to a competitive advantage. We've seen a significant drop in this business, and in my mind, this business has made every attempt to, and has stipulated to such, given time frames, given appropriate sales caps during the month that are diminishing at a 5% rate through December. We now have another hearing on schedule, do we not?
No, we don't. It would be part of the order,
Okay.
should it be granted.
So we've put those stipulations within the order that I've had reviewed, I guess, in 3 different forms, Exhibit 1, 2, and 3, and now it's finalized. We've heard significant public comment regarding this issue, and in my mind, we have made, there is an argument for it to go forth with good cause and to go forth with this stipulated abatement given the parameters that are within the body of the document before me, exhibit number 2 or 3.
I think it's,
Thank you.
I think it's two.
I think it's two, the final one, right?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Dr. Bernstein. Mr. Balagopalan, were you asking?
Yeah, I think, as we know, there's been a long lag period, 10 years or more, when everybody knew that there's a deadline, the specific deadline, and the board in 2018 did not extend it beyond that, this year, September 30th, 2019. And then the only product variance we granted was for high altitude. We did not say, okay, you know what, there's not enough product line available, so we can go, sell non-compliant product. The only that we allowed to sell under the product variance is for high altitude because of safety and concerns with reliability and safety of those furnaces in the high altitude. So I think the Howard industry had, unfortunately, they had an exclusive agreement with Ingersoll Rand, and been working with them. They're a very good arrangement, and I'm sure they had a very good relationship. But because of that nature and the fact that they didn't have any distribution network extensive outside the district, they're holding a large inventory, which that they cannot unload very easily. It may take them a long time to do that. But I don't think it's fair to allow a non-compliant unit when there's many compliant units that have been sold, available, that manufacturers have taken and spent the money and have got distributors and are selling those units out in the marketplace, and then allow a non-compliant unit, even if they're paying a penalty, which we don't know what the amounts are and how much is going to add, but even though there's a mitigation fee, but they may be price differential that may put others at a competitive disadvantage. So, and the way the order is worded, it all depends on how it's, and Mr. Howard Industry negotiating with other distributors, and how if they are not able to strike an agreement, and they can be for many reasons, and rightfully so, might not want to agree with the sale of the competitive product, that this order will, they can come back and say, hey, we tried it, but this is not what we want, this is not where we can agree with, and basically they can give many reasons why they could not fulfill it, and then while they continue to sell non-compliant products in the basin. So I think it's a little bit too open-ended the way it is worded, based on Mr. Winter's ability or willingness to negotiate with suppliers to come to an agreement. So I think it's a way too open-ended on that aspect and it's contingent on that, whether they can come to an agreement with either Lennox or Carrier or any other manufacturer, and the willingness of Howard Industry to do that, and there's no incentive really for them to do that, because as long as they don't do that, they can sell the non-compliant product in the marketplace and share the inventory. So I don't see any incentive for them to actually come into an agreement, or we can make it tougher, so that they can, I'm sure. Well, I don't know how much, they may probably have to sell their non-compliant unit at a loss, but at least they can share the inventory. But I think the hope is that they will get trained, hopefully very soon, end of the year or beginning by February, to have enough product in the marketplace so that they can continue to be a viable business. But I don't think we can, at least in my opinion, I don't think I can agree with this order.
Thank you. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we've listened to both sides as well as the witnesses, and I'm looking at this holistically. The fact that a company has lost 300 customers, has lost 92% is huge. A company that has been in business that many years, that is not their way of doing business, is by relying on something of this sort, that there may in this industry be a shortfall because of a rule that an agency comes forward with. That hasn't been the way that they have conducted business. They, like I said, I don't think they would have been in business to this day. That being said, what really speaks to me is the fact that we are trying to create rules within this district to reduce pollution. And I've been one of those rule makers as well and know how important it is. But there has to be a balance, as Ms. Reichert said, that while we are still trying to reduce emissions, that we still are not trying to destroy our economy and not trying to destroy businesses. And if, in fact, we can give this company the ability, and it's not in any way, shape, or form any favoritism. We are trying to find a balance here. We are trying to not let our actions destroy a business. So for the reasons that I mentioned, I do find good cause.
I'm having a very hard time. I feel good cause in this matter is one of the more difficult decisions we've had to face. As I've heard from all my fellow board members, there are very compelling issues on both sides. As Ms. Verdugo-Peralta just stated, it's very compelling on the side of Howard Industries. Of course, it's not necessarily their fault. They are in the middle of a supply chain. They're not the manufacturers. It's been their business model, whether it's worked for them for many, 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 many decades. I won't say whether it's a good model or bad model. It's worked for them for many decades where they have solely supplied or they've solely sold, distributed from a single manufacturer. That manufacturer is one of the only manufacturers, unfortunately, which did not come up with a compliant engine. Compliant furnace up at the time that it needed to. And as a result, we did hear some very devastating impacts to a company that has been operating in the district for a very long time. That's very important. And this board, as we've all heard, is weighing that very heavily. On the other side, there's some troubling issues in my mind, beginning with the fact that that sole supplier is one of the only manufacturers who did not come up with a compliant furnace, and there was we know, and it has been raised. There was a petition for a product variance, so I think it was in the summer. It was withdrawn. And in my mind, given that there are so many compliant furnaces out there, I don't believe a product variance would have been granted. I can't say that. We didn't have that hearing, but that would have been a very tough case to make. Yet effectively, we heard from Mr. Springer the concern from others, manufacturers that do have compliant, that it's somewhat unfair because this is all distribution of a furnace that is not in compliance from a manufacturer who has not created compliant. I don't know that that's the end of but that's one concern. I did have a lot of concerns about Rule 1111 being somehow undone. I know the last few days we've been talking about little tiny footholds in a tiny little market somehow dribbling down, and now we're driving a truck through it. However, we did also hear some evidence and testimony of very high penalties, which hopefully would outweigh it and somehow not destroy what Rule 1111 has accomplished. The district itself, the governing board, was not willing to continue that mitigation fee. They weren't willing to do it, and now we're being asked to do it. And I understand it's a little bit different because it's for a distributor stuck in the middle. but very troubling. The other troubling thing I did hear, both from Mr. Winter's testimony as well as Mr. Springer's testimony, is that I'm not sure how, if there's enough incentive for it, that written into here, because I don't know if it doesn't seem that the offer's been rejected yet, but I understand the carrier has offered under oath, they said, their usual price. I don't understand why, if that's true, that wouldn't be accepted, and then we could have continued this matter, or we could continue this matter, and we'd have a very different ballgame. I don't want to be giving anyone an ability to just reject offers because they don't like the price. It's not pricing they're normally having gotten, even if it's a good price and the price that is normally given. So I wonder, perhaps there could be, I don't know if this is workable, a condition under the requirement of negotiation, not just of whether it is accepted or rejected by the manufacturer, but a condition that somehow Howard Industries cannot reject an offer that is made to supply compliant engines solely based on the fact that the price given, no, we cannot do that.
No, you said engines again.
Oh, God. Sorry, okay, just pretend I'm saying furnaces if I say
We could do it
engines.
with engines if you want.
Pretend I'm saying furnaces if I somehow blank out. But cannot reject it based on a price that is the usual or regular, I don't know how it would be worded, but the customary price that is given to other distributors. In which case, I know Ms. Reichard had said in your closing, I wish I could figure out a more stringent way to do it. Perhaps that's one way to
Madam Chair,
strengthen it.
I don't think we should impose upon any one of the parties the terms and conditions of the contract and agreement they may.
That's not what I'm saying,
If
Senator.
that's what it amounts to.
No, it isn't. What I am saying, Senator, is I don't want to give an upper hand to a distributor to be able to reject out of hand an offer for compliant engines because they don't love the price, but it's the customary price that's being, and so they can continue to sell until February of 2020.
What's the definition of
then I would not
rejecting
vote
out
for
of
this.
hand? How do you define rejecting out of hand?
I'm trying to define it.
Well, you can't define it.
I'm trying to define it. I'm saying, would the parties agree to an additional condition where not only is it up to whether the manufacturer accepts or rejects whatever offer is given, but simply restricts the ability of Howard Industries? I mean, this is an extraordinary remedy.
I'm prepared.
And so,
I'm prepared to make a motion, and if you want to amend the motion, make a substitute motion, you may do that.
okay, no, this is deliberation. I'm asking the parties.
I
Thank you.
have no objection. I think it obviously falls to respondent.
There's a lot, I mean, who's defining the price? Is that a representation from the OEM that this is our standard price? This is a party we're negotiating across the table with. I
I'm
don't
just
know.
trying to understand how it will be worded.
I appreciate that.
From the testimony we heard
yeah.
today, there is a standard price. They were shown, they show the standard price. I don't know how it's done generally in the industry. I assume there's a price sheet. I don't know. Is that the way it works?
We have no optics into that, right? When this is part of the issue is that when we're entering into these negotiations, there's an NDA or we're not discussing pricing. So I don't know. I don't have any reason sitting here today to, maybe Mr. Winter does, to disbelief what Carrier just said, but I don't know how we would put that into a term in an order that would be enforceable unless the OEMs are going to then hand over their pricing to the board.
I've heard from Carriers Council that they will make the distribution agreements for all of the other distributors available to me or the board for in-camera review to be able to assess and determine whether the pricing they're representing is in fact the same across the board.
And are you talking about in terms of if we were to grant this and then come back for a status conference? Are you talking
Well,
about?
I think what his point was that he, including us as an intermediary to be able to validate Mr. Williamson's concern how do we know that this is actually the pricing everyone's being offered? So they were offering to allow either the board, which could be at the next hearing or prior to the next hearing, or myself, which I'd be open to doing that, as an intermediary verification. Is that, I don't want to open things back up.
Kara didn't make this on the record. This is not on the record.
Did I say it wrong?
This is not on the record. This is not on the record, what
Okay.
he's saying.
Senator, no, we're not taking testimony or
I
evidence.
know, so therefore, that's just hearsay. That's hearsay.
Senator, we're trying to work out a solution in order for abatement. I understand you want to get this done quickly, but I want to make sure it's the right one.
Well, it sounds like maybe there needs to be some other approval on that.
That's what I'm telling you.
But
Okay, can we hear from Ms. Rucker, please?
So my response, though, to that is that, honestly, a lot of the numbers that we've been given today are based on nothing but representations. They're 93%, we're 300 customers, we're this. And I get that a negotiation with with a manufacturer is necessarily going to have some sort of, well, are they telling me the truth? I mean, I myself question whether I'm getting told the truth all the time when I'm negotiating. So sometimes there has to be a little bit of just trust in the system and in the negotiations. And I think that perhaps we could figure something out in terms of an enforcement mechanism or wording regarding, the pricing. I do like adding something in there relating to not rejecting a reasonable offer based on, terms that are offered to everybody else. But I'm not sure the best way to phrase that.
Madam Chair, and to you, when you have your status report hearing, you can have it rather sooner than later. If it's disclosed at that hearing, at that report, that they've been offered, they got to say they've been offered a deal and they rejected it. Then you got to hold their feet to the fire as to why they rejected it.
Okay, but they won't have had a requirement not to reject it, and so then they'll just have rejected it, and we'll be in the same boat. So, Senator, I just...
This board will hold their feet to the fire as to why they rejected it.
Senator, I beg you, please, to just, every board member has the ability to be comfortable and request that certain things be put into an order before they vote on it. And I don't appreciate, and many times you have done the same. So please, if I'm asking this, I don't know why you're objecting.
No, if I
We
don't
all
see-
have a
If I
vote.
don't like something, I always vote no. If I like it, I vote yes. We have that option.
Okay, I don't want to argue anymore. Can the parties come up with something and propose it?
I'd be happy to go off the record and discuss with council.
Okay. I was going to say, would it make sense? All right. How long do you think that would be? Because we do have one more matter. I'm wondering if we should take that other matter or.
Well, it's really it's really, their side, but.
Well, 3 minutes. Give us a short, we'll go outside.
Okay, let's do that. We are off the record. Let's be off the. We're back on the record. We're going to start losing board members at 4, so for the next hearing, there's a possibility we may have to put it over to Tuesday. Okay. I very much apologize. Okay, we're back, though.
I will read in the language and you can, so the proposed language that we have for an additional condition is that Howard will not reject an offer. How did we phrase it an offer to purchase, or an agreement to purchase ultra low NOx furnaces as a result of the price offered in the agreement, if that pricing, and in parentheses, quote and standard regardless of volume, is the same or below pricing for other distributors in the district.
Well done.
Hang on.
Yes.
Yes. Howard will not reject an offer to purchase ultra low NOx furnaces as a result, on the basis that, I think that's cleaner, on the basis that, price, and I left this out of the first time, but I'm going to include it here, price, and in parentheses, including any rebates. If that pricing, another parenthesis, quote and standard regardless of volume.
I'm sorry, and this is all in a parentheses after pricing?
Start parenthesis is quote and standard regardless of volume, end parenthesis.
Did you get that? Maybe I'm just not hearing, I'm having a hard time hearing or understanding what you're saying. Pricing, if that pricing, and then it's an open parentheses,
Yes.
and the word quote,
Within that pricing, word quote and standard, regardless of volume, that's all
Quote and
within the
standard, okay.
parentheses. So in parentheses then, is the same or below pricing for other distributors in the district.
and then that would be proposed to go and, which is the,
I think it'll go as a condition in one, right?
one, right? One,
So we could do it as 1D.
I'm not sure if I have the wording exactly correct, but I don't understand what including any rebates means. I mean, like, what's including,
What's
like,
the actual cost that if you should take into consideration rebates?
but you guys aren't doing the rebates.
No, not rebates from the district. You're not talking about rebates from the district? Yeah.
I don't know. I think I need more clarification, so I understand what that means.
Backside rebates from the manufacturer. Rebates built into the pricing.
I just don't know how to enforce that. If it comes up where I have to enforce this provision, I don't know what that means. So you'll say, oh, yes, well, this pricing excludes backside rebates, so therefore it doesn't, and I don't know what that means. So I need to know what that means to include that language. Like they will have already
What we're asking is that
reduced.
you have had a representation from Carrier that they are going to be providing this information, so they would have to provide the information inclusive of
I just am trying
rebates.
to include, so it's the rebates are on top of it, including any rebates, or it's been deducted from the price? What are you're worried that they're going to have your pricing not include rebates, but they're giving rebates to other distributors?
That would be a scenario that we would want to be covered here, yes. If the list pricing is the same, but there's a rebate being given to somebody else, but not to us.
okay, that
Okay.
sounds fair.
Yeah, That's fine. I just wanted it on the record what it means,
Yeah.
so it doesn't come back later and you're saying, oh, it was the Clean Air Furnace Rebate Program, and that has nothing to do with this.
Do you have it written down?
Not
better than I do?
correctly.
Instead of, I have it, but instead of Howard will, I would say
Sorry, yes,
respondent
respondent, yeah.
shall not reject an offer to purchase an ultra-low NOx furnaces on the basis of price, in parentheses, including any rebates, close parentheses, if that pricing, in parentheses, quote, standard regardless of volume,
Quote
And
standard.
standard.
and standards regardless of value, close parentheses,
Volume.
is the same or below pricing for other distributors in the district.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, can we get on the record what quote and standard means as well, so it's clear?
Quote, I think is, correct me if I'm wrong here, quote is the original price and
No.
the standard.
Standard is the original.
Sorry, go ahead. You say it.
No, standard's the original price.
Standard is the original price, and quote is the individualized price for that market.
Try to be competitive within the marketplace.
Is that accurate, what I just said? Standard is the general price, what he referred, what the carrier representative referred to as area pricing. And quote is a specific, individualized for that market pricing. Is that an accurate statement? I just want the record to be accurate. If you want to hit your microphone if you have something different to say.
I'm thinking it through. You're asking good questions.
I'm just trying to define the term.
Right. I know what quote is.
What? Oh, sorry. Oh,
We're just trying to understand what's written here so that, especially for the return, I think it would be relevant, so we need to understand what it is. And by the way, while we're on that, the return cannot be on the 7th because that's too soon for, we can have it on the 12th. 12th is the soonest. And we have something on the 12th, but it will be probably removed. Now we have nothing. I think the clerk has erased what was on there.
12th is good for
and
respondents.
are we going to, also, at some point, you're going to remove the regular variance? Yeah, okay.
The term quote is clear.
Yeah, we'll talk, yeah.
And when it says you can quote for the standard price or lower, that's the quote. Terms and conditions of the quote, terms and conditions are included in the quote. The terms and conditions are included in the quote, but must be adhered to those limits.
We just need to know that there's a meeting of the mind and what that means.
Mary, are you good on quote and standard? Do you need Jeff to?
I understand, as long as he doesn't disagree with the way that I articulated it, I understand what quote and standard means.
One more time, please. No, just the quote, Mary.
That standard is, huh? Oh, what's quote is the individualized pricing for that market to make it competitive.
Okay.
It's not individualized for a particular person, but it takes into account the market pricing for that market, which we are assuming is the South Coast AQMD.
It would include the individuals as well, right? It would
Yes.
include the individual. It wouldn't be just something finer than market, but not necessarily include different, there's all kinds of prices out there, unfortunately, and that's what I was trying to drill through as we were making our, not outside, I'm talking
Okay.
about.
Do you have a better definition for quote?
I didn't get a homework assignment to do it, so I didn't sit and think about it long and hard, so.
This is the language that the parties have come up with, so we need to understand what was meant by it.
Folks feel it's okay, so let's go with
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Thank
Yes,
you.
good? Okay,
Yes.
all right. And we have a meeting of the mind on it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members, any other thoughts on deliberation? Okay, I will just say, because it was brought up and because I had an issue with it, that health and safety code section with regard to form of order, the effect of permitting a variance. I do believe there are some distinctions here, especially from the one matter that I had mentioned earlier. And I do believe that in this situation, it is not necessarily akin to, this is a business that is going to go under or be in violation. And so this is essentially helping to bring this business back into compliance without allowing them to go under as quickly as possible. And it has penalties attached to it, and I don't believe it has the effect necessarily of a variance. Okay. Anyone wish to make a motion? I don't know. If not, did you want to make a motion?
Simply put, I make a motion that we approve the stipulated order, case number 6153-2, exhibit number 2, between Howard Industries and the district.
Does your motion include any of the changes?
And also include the changes that they agreed to.
Okay,
in
so
the order, in the order.
may I help
read-
you
you read the
read them
changes.
to you?
Yes.
Out into the record? So that would include an addition of a condition. Currently on page 4, it would become just 1D for ease. And 1D, again, I'll try to read it correctly. Respondent shall not reject an offer to purchase ultra-low NOx furnaces on the basis of price, in open parentheses, including any rebates, closed parentheses, if that pricing, open parentheses, quote and standard, is that correct? Regardless of volume, close parentheses, is the same or below pricing for, okay. Same or below pricing for others, I'm sorry. Now I can't read it.
Other distributors. in the
Other
district?
distributors in the district, period. And is that part of your motion, Senator? Okay, and also,
This is way out of order, but if I could be heard quickly, there is a ambiguity in that new language of other distributors. I would propose it would be other distributors of that manufacturer making the offer, because obviously pricing varies significantly if we're just looking at distributors, market district-wide.
Yes, that's
I think
fine.
that's what's meant, so if you want to
I just wanna be
clarify that.
Clear about that, yeah.
Okay, so for other distributors of that manufacturer? Is that what, of that manufacturer? And is that acceptable?
That's fine with me. I mean,
And Senator, is that acceptable?
and as long as respondent understands that if the distributor has two manufacturers, that we're only talking about the products associated with the manufacturer that you've received an offer.
Of course.
Okay.
I mean, yes, ambiguity, let's just get everything on the record, though.
And the second change would be page 6, number 7. The party shall return to the board for a status hearing on November 7th, 2019. Do you accept that as part of your,
No.
what did I say? I'm sorry, November 12th. 12th, November 12th.
I accept the amendment.
Okay.
Second.
Second, thank you. Dr. Bernstein seconds that. Discussion? Yes, Mr. Balagopalan.
Does that mean that if Howard Industries come to an agreement, let's say with the carrier, then this order ends because now they have a supplier of compliant, or is it continue to?
Do you want us to answer, or are you going to?
The way I read it, this continues unless, well, they're under, well, I can't remember which one it is. We have to, it doesn't, if they come to an agreement, it doesn't automatically. They have to have it commercially available, which means there's that 4 to 6
Weeks.
week lead time.
Right.
And then it has to replace each of the models that they would otherwise be selling. So I believe,
That is correct,
that
and we
time.
left it open, and that's why we thought we were having a relatively speedy return, but with this return, we can see what manufacturer they've entered into an agreement with and take a look at the product line. And if we feel, that it's adequate, then we could request, based on the new delivery dates, a change to the end date. So that's the ultimate goal. But because we didn't know which manufacturer they'd be entering into a relationship for, which products, it was hard to craft that in advance unknowingly.
And they will be pursuing other manufacturers.
That's the idea of the
Yes, the idea behind
conditions.
this, okay. Okay, thank you.
And board members, I was trying to weigh, I think with the addition of this, which allays a lot of my concerns, having heard from Carrier, and just making sure that there's an incentive to accept even deals maybe that aren't as good as what they're used to, but are the norm for this or whatever manufacturer. That and a quick return with the ability of the board to assess and see what's going on at that point tips me in favor of good cause.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that too, because I think those changes make it a little more concrete,
Okay, then, thank you. And then I'm going to call for a vote then. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
Yes.
I vote yes. Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Senator votes yes.
Holden, aye.
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
I don't believe it.
Hallelujah.
Thank you.
We have 19 minutes. Let's go.
Let's go. And I'm going to call the next matter, and we can all just kind of stand up in our seats. I'm going to call Carrier Corporation, case number 6156-1 for an interim product variance, beginning with the good cause, bifurcation, good cause finding. Okay.
You gotta hear this case?
Carrier?
No.
We gotta hear this, please. If we
Oh.
can, we're gonna try to hear it. Let's see what we can get.
The other day we did Goodman like a time. Speed learning, yeah.
And that could change during the hearing, depending on the information that comes up.
Goodness gracious.
Do you want to go and talk to Elizabeth? Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Well, this looks so familiar. Oh, my goodness.
And if they have a copy, yeah, they've got it. Thank you. I have another one.
Okay. We're back on the record quickly as we can be. Okay, we're up to the next case, which is Carrier Corporation. And who is representing Carrier today?
Bart Kessel and Tucker Ellis on behalf of Carrier Corporation.
Mike.
Bart Kessel and Tucker Ellis on behalf of Carrier Corporation.
Thank you, Mr. Kessel. And who is representing the executive officer?
Sure, this is going to shock all of you, but Mary Reichert on behalf of the executive officer.
Fantastic. Okay. Let's mark the proposed interim product variance conditions as Exhibit A. A. Is that right? Yes, A is an apple. I forget who's the respondent
what,
this
yeah.
time. Okay. Let's have opening on good cause, and in particular, before we do that, I know Mr. Springer was present during the other two similar hearings for Train and Goodman. Would the parties like to incorporate the evidence and testimony we heard on those matters?
as soon as the evidence opened, that was going to be my first motion.
Thank you.
No objection.
Ms. Reichert, okay, so we are going to incorporate that, and hopefully that will facilitate this going along. Now, in terms of good cause, then the only issues that we have to cover that are somewhat different have to do with diligence in filing and anticipating the need for a variance in time to file for a public hearing. So if we can, I know it's addressed in the petition, but if we could touch on that in the opening and some evidence, and then we could move forward.
I'm just going to keep it short. The district does not oppose a finding of good cause.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to leave it to you, Mr. Kessel.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank the hearing board for the opportunity to present this petition during what's become Rule 1111 week here on the South Coast Television Network. I'd also like to
And Rule 1111 week.
thank the district for not opposing the motion. I don't have much else to say in the opening. I've got a packet of emails that go through the history of the communications that may be helpful that I could, if the board is interested, we can mark it as exhibit, or Mr. Springer can just use as his guide through the testimony.
I think we could turn right to Mr. Springer, and in particular, as part of what we've just incorporated, Mr. Springer did give public testimony at a couple of hearings, and in particular testifying as to when you learned that the stopgap measure of enforcement discretion would have in fact been revoked. So if you can introduce yourself for the record and state that you took the oath today, and then we could get into that.
Hi, good afternoon. Mike Springer with Carrier Corporation, and yes, I did take the oath today.
Thank you. And Mr. Springer, do you have anything to mention on diligence, if you want to?
Yeah, certainly. When I previously testified, I had explained to the board that I wasn't sure, frankly, about the date range of when the date of the notice came out from the board versus when trade had contacted us if we were interested in a group variance, as well as the date of the enforcement discretion not only came to our attention and kind of the timing of all that. I believe I did testify that the first time Carrier was aware that the enforcement discretion program at high altitudes was going away was last Wednesday, and that's true. That's the date that we first learned of that. On the timing of the variance dates and kind of in that late September timeframe, I went through emails and spoke to some others, primarily Braden Cook, who was the primary person with whom Sean spoke. The issue first came up around September 11th with just a question to Carrier of how high are your products certified to. And at that point, it was 5,000 feet. We weren't aware of any issue there. On September 24th, I believe that was the date, Sean and Braden had further communication in which at that time we were made aware that there were elevations over, at that time it's 4,500 feet, and our 5,000 feet, and what was going to be done about it. It wasn't clear to us as to exactly what was going to be done about it, how it was going to be addressed, whether by the district on an ad hoc or group or whatnot. We did contact our distributor, Sigler, our primary distributor, and they had indicated that they do have some at elevation. There was then a notice that came out in late September from, I believe it was Sean, that didn't mention the elevation issue. It was more of a, hey, FYI, October 1, this rule goes into effect. October 3rd, October 3rd, there was an email from a woman from the district. I apologize, was it Miss Zhu, I think? Sue.
It was.
Okay. Who had sent out an email saying that there may be a need for a variance. I have the email in here if the board is so inclined. There's nothing in there that mentions exactly what's going to happen, but it does mention if you are interested for a variance. October 3rd. Yes. Well,
I think there's a different email.
yeah, I'm sorry.
And
Yeah.
we've heard testimony on this email of the 3rd.
The very next day, we found, we were told from Sigler, we were provided a copy, we were told that there was an enforcement discretion program in place. We learned about it. There were some subsequent discussions. Well, I don't know that. I know there were emails that same day with Ms. Zhu, I believe it was, on some questions on the program. Those emails don't address when that program goes away, either way. On October 8th, we were contacted by Train. Train contacted our current Director of Regulatory Affairs to ask if we were interested in a group variance. We weren't. As I testified, we knew that the enforcement program was in place, and we didn't feel like we needed a variance. We had the program. Then we fast forward to last Wednesday, when we learned for the first time that, in fact, that this program will go away. We then learned more, I believe it was earlier this week, although the days are starting to blend, that this really was a program that even the district wasn't comfortable in. And that they frankly really needed this to disappear truly as a stopgap.
Thank you. Mr. Kessler, do you have any other questions for?
No other questions, just for the record, the court knows, we learned about it on the 16th. We attended the hearing on Goodman on the 17th. Goodman's petition was denied. Had it not been denied, we would have filed that day. We came back the following Tuesday. Train's petition was granted. Between the time Train's petition was granted and the time that, and the end of the day, we'd filed our petition.
Bart, I actually think we filed before the petition was officially granted, but they had found good cause.
Oh, you'd found good cause. We saw the writing on the wall,
Yeah.
which was our issue all along, good cause. We then filed the petition before the Train's application was granted. And again, council kindly allowed us to come today, because the two dates we were given was today and then Halloween.
Right.
And I just didn't really think the visual on Halloween was all that great.
Thank you. Ms. Reichert, any questions for Mr. Springer?
I have no questions.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Springer? On good cause?
Just had a very quick, because I just wanted to make sure, because October 18th, there was an email from Yan Rongzhu saying that this
Oh, yes.
if variance is relieved, then it's no longer be accepting high altitude. Has there been any, and then the board in its discussion wanted to extend that date, by another week, and I think the district agreed. Was there another email or correspondence?
No, so
regarding
by
that?
Wednesday, we knew that it was going to go away, and then Friday was that, what we thought was confirming, essentially. It wasn't really noticed to us. We had already learned it on Friday. It was to the other manufacturers, I believe, and saying, hey, this program is going to go away.
No, but there was a 1 week grace period. Was that did you get notification?
I was here, so.
Oh, yeah, you know about, yeah.
So we learned that, in fact, there was consideration of up to a 1 week, and I believe either earlier in the week or late last week, council, or the district had indicated that, that they would consider at least through this week, not yet sunsetting, if you will, that program.
That is my recollection as well.
My only other comment is, on the, when I testified, I had testified that in my discussion with council, that the district had indicated that they would oppose any interim variance once an interim was granted. We had had a subsequent discussion. I'm told I misheard, and that's very quite possible that there was a difference between not opposing or opposing and whatnot. I don't do this every day, and council certainly does. So to the extent I misheard, it certainly was the truth, is what I believed. But if I did mishear, I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Nope. Senator?
If we approve this request today, would it put you at an advantage in compared to your competitors, and they get a disadvantage? That seems to be your trend of thinking.
Oh, that's very true. It'll put us on equal footing with those who have been before you already with respect to train.
Would it give you an advantage against any other?
If there are other, well, Lennox, for example, I would encourage Lennox to come before you because unfortunately, this seems to be a situation where there is no such thing as a group variance, and we would support that.
And remember, we're dealing again with the high, I know we're pinging a whole lot because it is Rule 1111 week. Well said. And this is one of the ones we've been hearing through the week in terms of just the high altitude market for which there are no compliant furnaces. Thank you, Dr. Bernstein said it preemptively. Furnaces above 4,500. Well, that's not true. Above 5,000. And Carrier, in fact, is the one that has
What's the
the one
maximum height that
5,000.
you can provide a furnace?
We anticipate getting approval for up to 5,400 for all of our current product line. I believe by the end of November, half of those will be at mid-November. It's possibly that we can go higher. There are safety issues if you install a unit that can't go higher in higher elevations. But I don't know how high at this point after 5,400 we'll be able to accomplish.
On page 7 of the petition, you talk about non-condensing furnaces, condensing furnaces. How do they differ and what do they represent?
So condensing and non-condensing, condensing has a secondary heat exchanger, so in a non-condensing, there is heat that's lost, so there is energy loss. So a condensing has a secondary heat exchanger that's designed to catch that, and you've officially exhausted my science knowledge, but it is designed to provide a greater efficiency in the unit.
You have an entry level for the non-condensing, 40,000 BTUs. Deluxe is 100,000 BTUs. What are you talking about there?
So BTUs would be a measure of heat and how big the unit is. The non-condensing typically is less expensive than condensing, and obviously as you go up in size, in terms of the ability to pump out heat, that would also get more expensive.
Any correlation with the efficiency of the system?
No, all of the systems still must meet, well, efficiency, no, I take that back. You were asking efficiency. On the efficiency of the system, they can be 80s, which are 80% efficient, 90s, 90% efficient, and up. But the BTUs are not a reflection of the efficiency. That's just how much juice, if you will.
I thought I heard a testimony where BTUs did have some effect on efficiency, or vice versa.
I don't know if there was, it's quite possible someone, as an engineer, or that may very well be possible. I'm giving you the best I know on BTU's efficiency and.
You're an attorney
size.
then, aren't you?
I am, sir. I'm in-house
You
counsel.
wouldn't know that necessarily.
Not necessarily. I'm trying to give you the best answer I can.
I would say yes, but we're still in good cause, and so I'm not sure if it's relevant to good cause. And we don't want to testify either. Okay. Any questions on good cause? Any other questions on good cause? Okay. And Ms. Reichart, I assume.
I just thought I want to get that in, that's all.
Yes.
No, I have no witnesses.
No witnesses on good cause. Okay. Board members, I think we can make the interim good cause findings similar to the good cause findings that we did make in two other matters, both Goodman on rehearing and also in Train earlier. I'll try to do it quickly. Again, basing it on the fact that a violation of Rule 1111 is imminent above 4,500 feet above sea level, given that there are no compliant furnaces that can meet the Rule 1111 limitations at that height. Thank you. And so we have been reading this to be any petitioner, so this petitioner too, who would sell for that need for those people who are living at that altitude would be an imminent violation of Rule 1111 for non-compliant furnaces. I do believe, again, the circumstances leading to the violation could not reasonably have been avoided by petitioner. We heard this again and again, but we should say it for this particular matter, and that is, even the district didn't realize that there was this discrepancy, that no one was paying attention to the high-altitude markets. Now, in fact, Carrier was, to some extent, more than the two others that we heard, because they do have compliant furnaces up to 5,000 and are looking hopefully later this next month to 5,400. But regardless, no one was talking and no one knew, so it could not have been reasonably avoided by petitioner. The ones that are new are anticipated in sufficient time to be to provide for public notice and exercising diligence in petitioning. And I do believe I can make those findings. We did see the form.
When you finish, I want to ask you another question, if you want.
Oh, we're in deliberation. Did you have questions
I got one, yeah.
on good cause?
Yeah, to me, it is.
Do you want to reopen the record in the
I didn't know
middle?
we closed it.
I did, so do you want?
Yeah, I'm okay though.
Okay, we will reopen it.
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. You got advance notice on the requirement for 1111. In your petition, you state that you've been working on this design concept for 13 years, even though the rules was not adopted until 10 years ago. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Who gave you advance notice?
Well, all the manufacturers anticipated that something was coming. There were things in the works. We're always looking at improving the efficiency as well as our product line. So my understanding is that we started in late 2006 because this was frankly in the works and on its way.
You assert in your petition that you spent something in the order of $25 million.
That's correct, Senator.
Is that no more, no less, exactly 25 million or what?
No, I would anticipate it would be more. That 25 million was a number that we actually, I believe, cited as in February. But I don't know how much more than that.
And how many employees you got affected by this petition?
Well, I know we put every available team we had on it, especially when we were not able to get the sell-through in April. I believe we have 4 or 5 engineering teams. How many are in each team? I apologize, I don't know the answer to that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And you do have many compliant models at the lower altitudes, correct?
At the lower altitudes, yeah, I mean, full line, like frankly, many other manufacturers.
Okay.
Just for the senator's benefit, I was just going to say, it's probably, the district normally puts out an air quality management plan, a 5-year project, and a control measure, and when they're going to adopt it. So probably most of the manufacturers got the heads up when it's come. On the AQMD, air quality management plan, and it's normally a 5-year forecast, and they put on there the calendar and what control measure and when it might be come into effect. So it gives the manufacturers advance knowledge, that this regulation might, before they adopt the rule. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Okay, so we're closing the record back up again, and we're back on deliberation. It was my belief that the note that says on that form that it will go away once there's, I don't recall the exact language, it was in P1, either some compliant model or other relief was very clear. And I do believe that it was not necessarily well-known that would that would disappear. So I don't believe that it was anticipated. And then we also heard today, as we all well know, that Mr. Springer or that Carrier was represented at the Goodman, I don't remember if it was Mr. Springer, at the Goodman hearing when when good cause was not found, and then we reheard to find good cause. So I believe they exercised diligence in filing as soon as they knew that it would make sense for them to do so, and that the board would not reject it. And then a denial of the interim variance. We have made that same finding that it would be an adverse impact on public health and welfare, actually, for those who live at high altitudes who would not have heat should their furnace go out and they could not get a compliant furnace. Any other thoughts on good cause?
Quickly, I think in the other instances, I did oppose good cause, but I think in this case here, because of when they found out that the form was going to go away and there was an approval of an interim product variance, then they knew they had to file, so that's why they couldn't do the public notice.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll make a motion in the matter of Carrier Corporation, case number 6156-1. I move that we find good cause to proceed on the hearing on the merits for an interim product variance in absence of notice to the public based on the discussion we just had. Is there a second?
Yeah,
I'll take Dr. Bernstein because he's quicker. Okay, there's a second. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Balagopalan, how do you vote?
yes.
Senator, how do you vote? No. Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
I vote yes. Motion passed. Okay. Okay. Sorry, the senator was joking, and he votes yes. Motion passes 5-0. So let's see if we can do this quickly. The only difference I see is I'm looking at the petition, and I see that there may be different excess emissions.
They're a little lower, but, and we calculated them by unit, not an aggregate.
So if we could just hear quickly, would Mr. Springer be able to testify regarding the excess emissions?
Other than reading that, how about we could stipulate to the prior ones? Frankly, they're very similar. I think the hard part becomes when we were looking at trying to calculate the actual emissions unit. We were trying to compare it to legacy, and you're comparing 40 to how it's going to work, and they may not be 40 nanograms per joule. You may have a furnace that is already suffering from combustion issues. How were we actually going to calculate that? So there was likely some difference in those assumptions, but I don't think they're frankly very far off.
Well, in the other two matters, we had a to be determined for NOx based on 0.00111 pounds per day per unit?
Correct.
Okay. If the district agrees that that is similar,
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
then I think we could rest on that since we have incorporated that evidence.
That's fine, and we're willing to stipulate to the, to Exhibit A that's already been
Oh, right.
admitted,
Thank you.
the
Okay.
terms of the variance.
Okay, so you stipulate to those terms and you accept those terms. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Board members, any other questions you may have for any, either on carriers and/or for the district? Okay. And I assume, Ms. Reichart, you have no other questions? Okay. Should we go into closing, or should we waive closing and go into deliberation?
I don't necessarily need to hear myself speak, so I'm happy to waive closing.
Ms. Reichart, do you?
Same.
Close? Thank you. Okay, board members. Okay, well, it's going to be very similar. Again, there will be a violation of Rule 1111 if a non-compliant furnace has to be installed in a high altitude, and so finding number one, as we did in the other two matters, can be made. We also made the same finding regarding conditions beyond the reasonable control of petitioner, and it's the same discussion we just had with regard to good cause in terms of no one knew that this was an unaccounted for market, and in fact, Carrier has a higher altitude already certified and is going for a bit higher in this case, but still there is that unaccounted for market. We have also heard testimony regarding installers that will lose a significant or all of their business if they cannot continue to install furnaces. And more importantly, we heard endless testimony as to the impacts to those who need furnaces, should their furnaces need replacing. And so we can make finding number 2 for an interim product variance. I believe that closing or taking would be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. We heard evidence in the last 2 matters, and we are accepting it in this matter that it is somewhere on the magnitude of 0.00111 pound per day per furnace, which is of NOx, which is relatively insignificant as compared with the issues faced up in the high altitudes without compliant furnaces. With regard to due diligence by this petitioner, similar to Goodman, this petitioner actually has compliant furnaces for the lower elevations, and in fact has, beyond that, has up to 5,000 feet for some of its furnaces, and is looking to be certified, hopefully, or to have the testing done, whatever that process looks like, hopefully by the end of November to 5,400 feet. So they certainly have been working hard on this and have exercised due diligence, and we will be able to monitor and and quantify excess emissions to the maximum extent feasible through the conditions that are proposed in Exhibit A. And with that, I can make the findings. Mr. Balagopalan.
I just wanted to add for the record that I think it was using an electric blanket or an electric heater, if used properly, should not endanger one's life, as was sort of represented. But
I'm sorry, what was it?
there was representation, and that using electric blanket or electric heater, could result in fatalities and stuff. But I just wanted to say
That on there.
Yeah, that.
Or bringing in your barbecue or turning on your
Well,
oven.
no, bringing the barbecue and so forth might not be the best, or they're turning the oven on, but I'm saying using electric blanket or the heater is normal practice, even people, so that should not, if used properly, should not endanger somebody's life, but it was represented sort of like, using that as harmful.
Right.
So with that, I second,
Well, I haven't made a
no,
motion.
you haven't put the motion.
But is there any other discussion, Senator?
You made the argument for good cause. However, in doing so, you mentioned Goodman did not have furnaces below 4,500 feet that meet.
I was mentioning the other 2 matters that have come up in the last 2 weeks. One was Train, which has no compliant furnaces at any elevation, and Goodman, which does have compliant compliant up to 4,500 feet.
Up to 4,500.
That's correct.
Okay.
Nobody has in the high altitudes. Carrier has higher than others, but no one has. Sorry if I was unclear as I was trying to say it so fast. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, then I'll make a motion. In the matter of Carrier Corporation Case Number 6156-1, I move that we grant an interim product variance which would begin today and go for 90 days, no longer than 90 days, or until this matter can be heard for a noticed regular product variance currently scheduled for December 3rd, 2019, whichever occurs first. And it will be for all of the non-compliant models that are listed in the petition page, starting in page 4 under item number 5. And I further move that, we incorporate the interim product variance conditions which are proposed in Exhibit A, and we will add the date on condition number 9 to be December 3rd, which is the date of the regular product variance hearing, and that is for for applicable fees, which would be excess emission fees, 2019. And with the caveat that, again, if there's any issues that were not carried over from the original changes that were made in the train matter, that my motion includes all those changes. So if there were any that were not properly carried over, and the excess emissions are to be determined, but they are based on approximately 0.00111 pounds per day per furnace. And that completes my motion. Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Mr. Balagopalan seconds. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, Senator, how do you vote for real? Okay, he votes yes. Dr. Bernstein? Aye. Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Aye.
Mr. Balagopalan?
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, any other business board members? Okay, not as late as usual, but, or lately, but we are adjourned. Thank you all.